Hello, hello. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah. For whatever reason, Kevin's first thing didn't show up here. But hi, Kevin. I had to check my dashboard for that. All right, what are we doing today? Adam is planning to work on more of the important stuff for checkpoint 6, which likely means perks for the garbage slime and the enchanter. Yeah, okay. Morning. So let's move some of these windows around. Put this here. And let's get to it. So we left off in the last stream having made the first perk. Hang on 1 second. Engage privacy mode. Okay, well, this is messed up, but whatever. Let's just keep it that way for now. I gotta fix that scene, obviously. Yeah, everything's looking fine. And then what about this? Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. I'll write that down for tomorrow. Thursday, fix privacy mode scene. I need to clip the camera boundaries so the room isn't showing. Okay. Yeah, where we left off was we made one perk for the slime. Oh. There we go. And this is slime perks. And there were two more that I wanted to make. What is different here? Oh, I was just messing around with something. Yeah, two more that I want to make, but I did not figure out exactly how we'll do auto eat. I guess let's go figure that out now. First of all, we need an icon for it. Let's go try that. Hey, Dark, I got bamboozled by the time again. Do you have the Discord notifications on? Because I was going to say, that should at least make it clear. All right, what would we use as an automatic eating icon? I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. But maybe like an item getting swept up. If I type vacuum, what shows up? There's an actual vacuum cleaner. We could actually just use this. It's going to be a placeholder no matter what. And I guess then I wouldn't have to spend a bunch of time finding a proper icon. With that said, let's just search item and see what shows up here. Because maybe we can find something better than a vacuum cleaner. There was something like this, but maybe with the arrows going in the opposite direction. A shopping cart. I like thinking about this stuff, even though I know it's going to be temporary. Because probably what's going to happen is, if Quickie Joe does an icon for this, it'll probably be based on at least slightly what this temporary icon is. Eat. And these really work. Maybe this for now? I don't know. I'll go with this one. Let's go with this. Yeah. Whatever. All right, download. Now let's go figure out what I have here. Give me a sec. Gotta get rid of that and okay. All right, Apple Core. Let's go move this to the right spot. Skeleseller, game assets, icons, ability icons, and move this there. Oh, what just happened? That's not what I wanted. Is this? Yeah, that moved. Okay, cool. Next up, icon ID. So this is called Apple Core. Yeah. Apple Core. All icon data. It's going to be the very first one. It's in the right folder. So we got that. Now we need an ability ID. This is going to be Recycler Auto Eat. I think this one will be interesting to code. Now we save that and that. and apple core. I'm hoping we get these perks done. I'm not sure what we'll do after all of that. Okay, so this one's either on or off, which is very similar to how auto battle works. Oh, actually, it doesn't have to be just on or off. The way, yeah, I guess we need to come up with what the ability does. So it'd be something like eat when hungry. Like the garbage slime will automatically eat an item from the ground. Will eat a nearby item from the ground when it's at maximum hunger. Yeah, I think this is how it should be. Let's at least start it with that. We can always change it if we need to. So where do we have player auto battle here? All right, so we're gonna do pretty much the same thing here. Icon ID we already have. This is called what? Eat when hungry? Or maybe like seek food? Yeah, I like that. Max level is just 1. Then we don't need that. And there is none of this. Yeah, it's just gonna be this. There we go. The garbage slime will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground when it's at maximum hunger. Cool. This isn't needed. Okay. So that part's looking good. Now let's go add it to the recycler perks. This will be our first ability that we show. However, I think this one should probably cost a decent amount. I'm not actually sure, and we're not really trying to optimize for that yet. Okay, there we go. And now we needed to do something. So let's go test this out. This part should be the interesting part. If we go to skip tutorial here, we'll call create recycler. And then I need to be able to create some items on the ground. So grant items. And we just wanted to eat all of them for right now. So is gain hunger called all the time? Timer.timeout. Yeah, it's called all the time. So what I'm thinking we can do is if this is at the maximum amount, then we just cause it to eat. If hunger gauge dot, or like maybe we'll do this, bool should auto eat. We'll just set it to true for now. But really what it should be is that you have the skill. Oh, what in the world? Stop it, AI. No, I'm not just trying to tab in this line. Do check for whether we have the skill and whether the slime is at max hunger. But anyway, should auto eat, we're gonna just say like seek item on ground to eat. Something like that. And now this function needs to find an item that's close enough. This has access to the town, right? And it better. It does through NPC, yeah. Town dot, yeah. Okay, so all we care about are the ground items. The town has access to the ground items. It is not accessible outside of this thing, and there's no way to get one that's near a particular location. We're gonna have to code that stuff. Yeah, we're gonna have to code that stuff. Okay, well, let's make this public. Where are all the properties we have here? There we go. Now let's rename it to ground items like that. Then let's do get private set equals null. What happened here? Oh. All right, next up. So we're gonna get town.groundItems dot I guess this should just return it. There should be like item question mark item equals get item near portal. Yeah, item near spawn position. Maybe we should just call it get item to auto eat. Yeah, sure, something like that. I don't know. We can come up with better names later. All right, so this one's public, and we need to find an item that isn't being held that's close to the portal. Actually, that's pretty much it. Hey, Legend, do you have all your instances fed into town to access from? Generally, yes. So the times when this isn't really true is when we construct a thing with that member variable. So as an example, we have kind of like option number one is store something in the town and then pass the town around. Another way is construct in this case, the garbage slime with ground items. So store ground items in the town. And there are some other ways we can do this too. This is technically more proper how to do this here. I'm not doing it now because I feel like it's not worth it. But it wouldn't be that hard to do. We would just store this. We already have an initializer here. We just pass in ground items as well. But yeah, it's just not worth it for right now. Also, there's more that can go wrong with that way, like us not initializing something until it's created and then not having a proper reference. Okay, so find an item that isn't being held that's close to the portal. So what distance from the portal do we want to allow here? Because I think every item has to be near the portal for right now. Is there ever a way to have an item drop on the ground? It's not near the portal. I don't think so. But in the future, that it might be possible. Okay. Well, yeah. Return items on ground dot select any item of type item. This is ones that are filled, where the item is not held and the distance to the portal, which is actually the spawn position, spawn location, is less than 100. I don't know. I'm just going to 200 here. I'm actually not positive what this is going to be. And spawn location. Yeah, we should print these out. Hey, Blouses, how you doing? We should definitely print these out for each. I just want this number. Distance. Actually, all I really care about is the maximum one, but I am kind of curious about what the average ones are too. So let's print that out. Ground item source. Ground item source doesn't have a position. It's just an item source. So it's got to be the item that has a position. Yeah, there. Okay, this is pretty close to what I want. So this is going to happen all the time, and then it's not going to do anything. So all this is going to do is print out what is the distance, and I just want to see what's the highest number it gets to. So this is not me testing the actual feature right now. All right, so it should print out. Let's just clear this and stop. All right, now copy all, and what is the highest distance here? Nothing's higher than 100. Yeah, nothing's even really close to that. In fact, we could do this and then just sort these things and, oh wait, we need one selection for that. There. So the highest thing is 74.7. We're not going to just assume that's always going to be the highest, but I think as long as it's within about 100 distance, which should be 100 pixels, that it should be totally real, totally believable that the slime would find it as an item. So this is done. Now we go back over to here, and now we need the slime to eat it. So this is going to be similar to when you drop off an item at the slime, but I think I want the animation time to be longer. but let's see how it works. So there's drop off item. If the location is the start position, then add it to this, then fly in item, remove the child. So we need to, yeah, that's actually probably all we have to do. If item is not null, then drop off item, and the item's start position. I guess we need the ground item source. Hey, Paj, how you doing? Well, look who it is. If it isn't Mr. Split Keyboard Man. You should try one of these keyboards. You should ascend. You know, it's pretty much the equivalent of typing in a hardcore self-found way. Just think about it that way, and it'll become more appealing. Yeah, we need the position of this thing, and this is not how this works. So I think we need to return a ground item here. Yeah, because otherwise we don't have a position, right? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll change all of this. Let's keep this just in case I want it. But I think what we need to do instead is a dot where item is an item. Can we just check if this is not null? Item is a proper class, right? Yeah. And all of this stuff. Oh, there is an item position here. I don't think that's even correct. I think I did this wrong. And it's not held. And the ground item position, I dot position. Oh my God, this is, what is this doing? Ground item source does not contain a definition for position? Oh my God, right. How do we get a position then? Maybe the item does have a position. Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. Well, then it's a good thing we kept the old stuff. Oh, does it? We must have something here that lets us get this properly, right? There's a get pickup point. That's what I'd like to use. Yeah, that's what I'd like to use. Get pickup point. And then don't do this. Don't do this. First or default. I guess this is the same thing as the where clause here, huh? So now this is not an I anymore. This is a ground item source. G. Okay, I think that's correct. Cannot implicitly convert. Yeah, so now we need to change this to a ground item source. And now we're pretty good. Trying a split keyboard. Went from 90 words per minute to 2 per working week. You will definitely improve, Roz. Also, presumably, if you're trying it and you've been trying it for at least a day or two, you're probably at least like 10 or 20 words per minute when you're just typing English. Because it doesn't drastically change the English typing experience, it drastically changes the keyboard usage experience. I mean, unless you got something with like 8 keys. I still, at some point, where is it? The artsy keyboard? Is that what it is? Yeah, this. This is the keyboard that I want to try someday. It's got 8 keys. And here's how you type on it. It looks like a Tetris game, doesn't it? Arrows and numbers catch me. Yeah, and you'll get used to those, hopefully pretty quickly. I think this is actually honestly a great keyboard for accessibility. If you only have one hand, I think this sort of thing can probably be great. But beyond that, I don't think this has a lot of use. Yeah. In fact, is that what they advertise this as being? They don't. I mean, they say it's a one-handed keyboard system, but well, I guess that's as good as they can do. They're not basically stenograph or however it's spelled. So most steno keyboards, you're typing in chords, but if you were like a court stenographer, for example, the chords are going to make syllables. That's my understanding of it. So instead of typing out like reduction, let's say, and I don't know exactly how this works, so I'm just making something up. You type out like red and then like action, something like that. So it's like 3 characters to type out the whole word. And then you combine syllables in a way. This is chords in order to type out single characters. So this is like way slower than regular typing. Do I use home row mods? My mods are on the home row, but they're one-shot mods. I did not like home row mods. It's like playing a piano. Yeah, it is like playing a piano. Hey, Belmo Gaming. Yeah, so typical home row mods are something like, okay, this key is E, but then I hold it down and now it becomes command. And yeah, I just frequently would have to wait longer than I felt like I should. And I knew there were options to correct that, but they just didn't seem to work for me. And at the end of the day, I don't want to spend like 5 separate days trying to figure out the perfect set of options. So I just got rid of it. And now I use a combo for command. I have a dedicated key for shift, and then I just enter a layer for all the other ones. A single key keyboard. Yeah, but those sorts of things I think are pretty much just jokes, right? Like that 8-key keyboard probably is actually pretty nice if you're one-handed. Although I guess you could just add more keys still and probably have it be better. And then this sort of keyboard I think is nice too. What do you use to jump between apps like that? That is something called Hammer Spoon. I wrote a script and you can find it here. There's this window navigation thing. So Alt 1 goes to Chrome and Alt 5 goes to iTerm. So if I just press these things, you see this working. However, on top of that, I then baked in all of the alt characters into my key map. So if you, where is it? Oh, whoops, that's not, it's keyboard. Yeah, so if you take a look at my nav layer, wait, it's not my nav layer, it's this, OSL navwin. I didn't realize I used this. Where is that? Yeah, here it is. Okay, I thought this meant nav windows. It's not. Yeah, I've alted in like every key that I want basically here. So I can switch between apps pretty quickly. Okay, so now we get a ground item source. Ground item source. And then if this is not null, then get its position. There. Okay, let's try this out. The slime should just start sucking in every item on the ground. It's probably gonna look very funny, and it might be very fast as well. Look at that. Oh, it broke. It broke immediately. Why did it break though? What happened here? Object name item cannot access a disposed object. It's not being picked up. Okay, I think we have a problem here. Yeah, we have a problem here. What happens with this? Is there not a pickup item? I need to remove the item. Yeah, I think so. I just need to see how player held item does this. So there's something like clicked item source here. How does this work? Pickup item. What does this do? Start holding item. Item set is held true. I think we need to do this. Or I guess delete it from the source. Yeah, maybe it's just that. Where does drop off item get called? Item source dot remove item. Okay, yeah. All right. But now that's not going to work. It's got to be done this way. Or does it return the item? It does return the item. Item equals that. Item. Okay, let's try that out. We have a lot to change with the enchanter today too. Okay, we're getting there. It's not working. Where is this being called from? drop off item. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, this won't work if we do it this way. Vector to drop off or like item position. I guess we could just, I'm not gonna worry about it. Ground item source dot get pickup point. The thing is, this can be accessed from the item directly, but we might eventually change it. So I might as well just do it the way we definitely have working. All right, now how's this working? Nice, look at that. Does this look stupid? I think this looks a little bit stupid. Now, granted, it's going way faster than it should be. We're gonna have this only work when it's at maximum hunger, so it's gonna happen once every like 10 seconds. But I think this is what people wanted. All right, I'm gonna wait for those to disappear so I can test this with just a couple of items. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't take it when I've got it on my cursor. I'm trying to grab it from the slime. I don't think it's possible. No, yeah, I don't think it's possible. No, it's not. Okay, good. Yeah, neat. All right, cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. So should auto eat is going to be if you have the has ability. There's no has ability, is there? It's an abilities component. There's get level of ability, but yeah, there's no has ability, is there? I could just add it, right? It's not that hard. Public static. Wait. Should there be 2 get levels? Yeah, there are. Public bool has ability. I guess that works. But I was just going to say call get level of ability and just see if it's greater than 0. Okay, now that should work too. Ability ID dot recycler auto eat. So we need for you to have the ability and we need the slime to be at maximum hunger. Where is maximum hunger? Max hunger, there it is. I wonder the way this technically works. No, we're always adding at least 1. So we will hit the maximum at some point. Okay, good, that's fine. Yeah, I kind of want a function here or a property. Do we have one already? No, we don't. Okay, well, public bool, it can just be private. Bool is at max hunger. Easy. And there we go. That's it. Let's try it out. Hoovering up wind type animation. Not sure how hard that would be to do. Suction is the word I was looking for. No, I believe you were looking for hoovering up wind type animation. Yeah, I think an animation would be nice. Let me make it so that they get hungry faster. All right, so this bar is going to fill faster. But yeah, unfortunately, it's still taking long enough where we're not going to see this in action. So let's speed this up. There, now they're at max. So now if I grant items, they'll absorb 1 of them. Nope. All right, why? Oh, because I never got the ability. Of course. Yeah, we got to click this. There, done. Now it eats 1. And I want to start a stopwatch for this. Stopwatch. Okay, let's see. All right, wait for it. There. So it's about 11, 12 seconds, something like that. And that's with this fully upgraded. Like, would you end up buying a perk in the game that says once every 11 seconds, the slime automatically eats an item? And I think so. I mean, that is pretty powerful. I guess the problem, maybe we should reframe this. Maybe we really should make it something like once every X seconds, the slime automatically eats an item as though they're at max hunger. No, even that's not totally right. I would if it didn't count boss items. Oh yeah, I could just eat one of those. So the thing is, this at max hunger, the reason why we have that is because that way you're offered the most money you could possibly be offered for it. But yeah, it is possible that this eats an item you don't want it to eat. Right now, that's not really a problem. Maybe you just need a way to turn this off in the future. Or maybe that's the whole reason why you should get a warehouse and actually manage the input of your items. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. But check this out. If I, oh, I can't do that. Never mind. I was going to say, if I do this, I can put the items on the ground by building an armor shop and then having the adventurers come pick it up and then sending them all into battle. And now the armors will end up here, so they'll get eaten by the slime. Oh my god, a boot ended up way over there. Oh, because that's walkable technically. Oh, that's a bug I had not seen before. Yeah, we need this to not be walkable until you build the fishing pond. Okay, I mean, that's easy to do, but I hadn't thought of that. Hey, IPO, and thank you. Slime automatically eats items depending on hunger. X items per minute at max hunger. Okay, wait. Let me write this bug down before I forget. So bug, the fishing pond has a path leading to it, but the nav tiles, but it's always walkable, which means items can shoot out of the portal onto what looks like it shouldn't be walkable. It's not a functional problem, just a visual problem. Hey, Mo. Problemage. I don't know why I'm typing like that. I think you should eat all the time, not just at max hunger, just slower when less hungry. So I guess there are two questions here. One is, should the slime take its hunger into account when automatically eating? If yes, it means that it may offer you next to no money for an item. If no, we could always have it offer the same percentage for an item. So what do you think the answer to this would be, Oakleus? Yeah, you'd be losing potential gold, yeah. And then I guess the other question is like, how do we determine when the slime eats? And I think this is really a question of what do we want the game design to be here? Like, what should the user be doing? So right now, only eating when it's at max hunger. That means an item drops on the ground and it'll eat something and give you, I think, full value of the item at all times. So basically this. So it should not take hunger into account. Because yeah, I think that could be interesting. Never eats quest items. Upgrade the perk to eat multiple. Okay, so the ideas being thrown around here is allow for eating many items at once. Make it eat when not at max hunger. And offer money as though it's at max hunger. It should take hunger into account and it should give you. Oh, wait. Sorry. Taking hunger into account, you're saying is for the frequency of eating, but I'm saying take it into account for the value of the item. So yeah, I think I did not make that clear. Should it take its hunger into account to figure out the value of the item? And then there was another idea here, which is don't let it eat quest items. Hunger should, yeah, gotcha. Okay, so what do we want to have happen here? Up until you unlock that seek food, you are manually dragging items onto the slime. So you're doing this and you're managing what its hunger is. So like right now, it's not worth it for me to bring this 18 gold helmet on. It's only going to give me 8. So it's like, okay, I'm just going to wait. But then by waiting, I'm going to go do something else and just forget about this. So people ask for automatic eating. If automatic eating happened at any given time, and if it didn't subtract your hunger, then you could still manually control the slime. And I guess the question is, would you? I guess it would still make it fun to manually control. It would probably still make it fun to manually control. Yeah. Yeah. You would juggle the items so they don't disappear. You could, and yes, you'd probably get more money by doing that. But I guess it depends on what's the minimum interval. If we say like one item every 5 seconds, are you really going to sit there juggling items just so you can get an extra few gold? I feel like waiting for max hunger takes a long time. Yeah, well, there's a synergy between these two perks right now. This says that the garbage slime eats when it's at maximum hunger, and this gets it to maximum hunger faster. And I like that synergy. We could change it a bit, but then the increased appetite, if we were to make it just eat every once in a while, this wouldn't probably ever be used. Like people wouldn't want this unless they are manually dragging items a whole lot. I don't want to make it feel like a burden. Like, oh, this thing's always at max hunger, so you need to feed it. And that's the best way to make money. If it's early, then yeah, juggling is the best strat to get money fast. Um, I'm not sure. The way I've been kind of looking at things is we don't want to put this out of reach for the beginning of the game. But well, okay, it's probably going to cost more than 150 gold. So you can't get it in the first like 5 minutes of the game. But it's not going to be like 5,000 gold. I think that's way too much. So if I had to price this based on how the game plays right now, I'd probably put it in the range of like 300 to 700. That way you're getting it like early-ish and it's still able to pay off for the rest of the game. Because yeah, I think for this to be fun, it'd have to be a like early-ish upgrade. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's the other problem, I guess, by doing this. So this is a plus, but the minus here is the other perk wouldn't synergize with this anymore. So this would probably still make it fun to manually control because hunger would just be a manual element and not an automated element. And if we allowed it to eat many items at once, then I think I'm leaning toward this. Man, but the problem is then you have no real reason to ever bring the slime anything. Yeah, that's the issue. You wouldn't, oh man, my eyes. You wouldn't really have a reason to manually bring items to the slime. Since you can only bring one at a time, and the slime would automatically eat when it's most valuable. I'm very torn. I guess that makes me lean more toward this and that we just fix what the other perk is. Conclusion, leaning toward allowing X items per second as though the slime is at max hunger. But then we need a different perk for the other one. Ross, thanks for the sub. Welcome in. Hey, Bacon. Hey, Goose. Thing that seemed odd to me when... Oh, wait. Sorry, I missed Kevin's message. It's a bit later in the game. Then I think always giving max value could be okay. But I also think it kind of breaks out of the main mechanic of the slime. I'm not sure I like that. Yeah, I got to think about this some more. The thing that seemed odd to me when playing with a slime was that you couldn't tell the value you would get before selling when the price is based on hunger percent. Maybe selling an item is always 80% value, and if it has hunger in the bar, then it goes to 120 or 150%. Wait, couldn't tell the value you'd get. You you could hover over at least. I don't know if you'd seen that. Like if you hover over this, it says feed item to slime for 4 gold. And that actually goes up in real time. So if I hover over this, it says 11 gold, and now it says 12. And if I wait long enough, there it says 13, and so on and so forth. But yes, I know that's not like just hover over this thing and you can see exactly what the slime's going to offer you at any given time. A third perk, slime always gives you the full value of item regardless of hunger. But that's still like getting hungrier faster then would still not have any use. I don't know a way to have this perk be meaningful. And maybe it means we just delete it then. I think. Well, I guess it does still have some use. It's just, it depends on how much you need to use the slime. If more hunger, right. Yeah. So yeah. Ocleus is suggesting that the slime's eating frequency is based on the hunger. So increasing hunger makes it eat more. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Now, how do we frame this for people? We would say something like, the garbage slime will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground and give you money as this is what's weird about this, as though it's at maximum hunger. The rate at which it eats is based on how hungry it is. Yeah, I feel like this now puts the complexity into the text of this thing. Of hovering the slime when there's items around could show value of could show value of items on the floor so people can get a rough estimation of how much value there is. I think there are a lot of different things we can do. That in my mind is just a UI thing. So one of the things we could do is we could say what percentage it's offering you. Like feed item to slime for 120% of the value, and then in parentheses, 22 gold. Oh, that was weird. Did it eat an item when I was feeding it? That is possible. Yeah, I just don't want this to be confusing because the garbage slime is like a very easy to understand feature in the game. And I guess functionally, I think this could potentially be the best. Slime now eats items automatically depending on hunger. Yeah, but it does need to tell you that you're not losing money by doing this because it's kind of violating how the slime works. Maybe we do have it just respect its hunger value. Yeah, maybe we delete this. The and give you money as though it's a maximum hunger. Garbage slime will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground. Yeah, the hungrier the slime gets, the faster it eats, the more often it eats. Something like that. Does that decrease the hunger level? I think it would have to. I feel like no, oh man, I don't know. It's so difficult. All right, how about we look at it from this lens? What did the player do manually right now? And it's pretty much like dump extra items and prioritize doing this when the slime is at max. The big question is, do I even care if players no longer manually interact with this? Because if I don't, then we can come up with a very easy solution here. We could just say, oh yeah, it eats items every 5 seconds or something. And like, who cares if you never touch it again? And I think it's one of the few things that stays around for the whole game. So I think the answer to this is yes. Why would you feed it manually again? It's back to item juggling to get 20% extra value out of your items. Yeah. There are some other ideas here, like make a second garbage slime and make it so that auto eating only happens once every, let's say, 30 seconds. So now with 2 slimes, it's really once every 15 seconds. And that way you still manually feed some of the slimes. Could have it automatically trigger quite slowly, but if you interact, you can speed it up for a bit. Well, the interaction point here is that you're dragging items onto it. And if it were to automatically eat an item, it'd be like you had dragged it onto this thing. Is it so bad if we just have this work the way that it works right now? It could just be fine. I'm not sure that not getting full value thing is an issue for most players. I think with idle games, players tend toward automation and laziness. Yeah, but I think the problem I have isn't necessarily that they're not getting max value. I think the problem is that there's no reason to manually interact with it anymore. So right now, the way this is coded is it's eating an item every 11 seconds or so if you just don't do anything else. So if I click grant items, it just took one of them. And if we wait about 10 more seconds, it's going to eat another one. And then the items will all have disappeared anyway, so it won't eat a third one. But yeah, it's about to be at full. It's going to take an item from the ground and done. That on its own is nice. I like that. And I think you still have enough of an incentive for you to feed it yourself. So I think we're just going to stick with this. I think you'd only interact if you had too many items and they were going to disappear. Otherwise, you'd let it go. Yeah. I think I like this well enough. Hey, Bambi. Should you have a garbage dump that you could drag X items to that it'll eat from? You could. You're saying like a temporary storage where you're like, give these to the garbage slime. I don't think I want to do that because if it's one, it's something to teach the player, and two, it's already having you drag an item to a temporary spot to get an extra little bit of gold. Like probably at that point, you just drag it onto the slime. Yeah, anyway, I think leaving it like this is probably okay. We do need to test something else here though, which is how long does it take when you haven't upgraded this thing? Because these percentages are a little bit weird in how they work. So I'm going to click seek food. We're going to speed this up. Man, it takes a long time. Okay. All right. You ready? Now we got to go find that stopwatch here. So let's write this down before we forget. 11 to 12 seconds when fully upgraded. Eating interval. All right. And now what we want to do is test when it is not upgraded. So I'm going to click grant items and then start this. Oops. Okay. I kind of messed that up a little bit, but still we'll get an approximation. Now we're just waiting for this thing to hit full. Oh my God. I didn't mean to do that. And... okay. Yeah, it took about 20 seconds when not upgraded at all. Second level got upgraded, so it takes the most valuable item. Okay, so one of the ways that like normal idle games work is that this upgrade might cost like 200 gold, and at some point you might be making like 2 million gold. So you're like, yeah, okay, whatever, I'll just get this. Who cares? It'll give me some more money, right? This won't really work that way. So if we had another upgrade that said like pick the most valuable item, and it costs, let's say, 300 gold, it means you've got to make back your 300 gold because you're not going to just eventually get like 5,000 per time. And all this is really going to do is make it so that it's giving you slightly more value per eat sometimes. Like if you have all the same item on the ground, it's going to do nothing for you. So it's a little bit harder to value what this is, at which point we probably just make it the default behavior. Sees 19 times 20. Oh, I fumbled this starting the stopwatch part. That's why. Because I hit start and then stop and then start again. And also it does say 19.58. So, I mean, you would round that up to 20 anyway. Okay. I think I'm happy enough with how this is. I know it took us some time to just get back to the design we already have. But let's at least see how it feels. Maybe people like it, maybe people don't like it. I definitely want to try a run where I upgrade some of these things, but not everything. Like if I just do this and then we go start a battle. Actually, let's do this. Let's go open up our shops. And let's start a battle. Let's just put everyone into this battle. And put the witch doctor into, I don't know, that battle. And I want these on. Okay, so it's already eating some of these things. And it's only once every like 20 seconds. So they're going to get a ton of items. Oh, wait, no, there's a bug right now. Yeah, never mind. I can't really test this yet. There's a bug where items pop out of the portal even if you have warehouse space. Yeah. All right, well, let's increase this a little bit and just watch it. Hey, Tron, maybe it'll suck every item that is about to disappear. Then you'll not lose anything you need since it's already going to disappear, like the 5-second rule. That is a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Like any item that's about to disappear gets fed to the slime instead. And that way you have a chance to pick up any items you would have wanted. But then you're probably never interacting with the slime manually. Although maybe you are. And now hurts you as you'll be farther from max hunger. No, it's just automating an action you would have done anyway. It's not that it's hurting you. It's just doing a thing that you it might have been at max hunger and you're not paying attention. So in that case, it's helping you. And if you were going to do it anyway, then it's just doing what you would normally be doing. So it's a chance for an upside. And the only chance for a downside is if it eats the wrong item, I guess, which, I mean, we haven't done anything about that. But yeah, I kind of like what Tron said. I think that is potentially the best solution here. Just change auto eat so that it eats stuff that's about to disappear. And now what we could do is we could say something like eat every like X seconds. And you can eventually get X down to 0. Or like 0.01 or something like that. So it's like it'll just eat all of the items. Because you were going to lose the value anyway. So now if you're not losing items, you can still manually interact with this. Yeah, I think this is the best. I think we should do this. Yeah. Okay. Tron, do you have a Twitch name? I can only give points to Twitch names. And I think you do. It's just Tron's, right? There's like an underscore or something. Tron's underscore. Yeah. I think this is your name. All right. Well, I'm going to assume that's your name, and we're going to give you a point on Twitch. Okay. So how do we reframe this? We now make it have multiple levels, I guess. And what do I word this as being? Yeah, I got it. Cool. All right. The garbage slime will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground when it's about to disappear. Yeah. And then we have something like number of items. How do we frame this? Maybe cooldown on this ability. Yeah, this ability can only happen every so often. And then we just have cooldown. And at first it's Level 0, it's technically infinite or not applicable or something. Level 1, it turns into once every 15 seconds. Level 2 could be 5 seconds, and level 3 could be 0 seconds. Does this sound appealing to people? I think this is interesting at the very least. Okay, yeah, I like this. That was the original plan, Oakleus, is for it to eat when it's at max hunger only. But yeah, I think we're going to change it to this. Let's check in what I've done already because it's working, and then we'll change it in another commit. Yeah, so this isn't needed, this isn't needed. This is all fine. This isn't needed, I guess. I think I do want to pass in a reference to ground items here. So the recycler just gets created with the ground items. Yeah. And let me write down the rationale for this. This still gives you plenty of time to interact with the items. And this still encourages you to manually use the slime. And if items never hit the ground because your throughput is good, then you can still use the slime. Yeah. I think this does everything I want. All right, so the thing I want to refactor now is that I made ground items look like this. So let's revert this. And this, and this, and this. Not that. This. This, yeah. Yeah, that way we're not changing a bunch of code for no reason. What value does it eat the disappearing items at? It'll be whatever its current hunger is. So at that point, what's going to happen is, let's say you have a bunch of items on the ground, they're about to disappear. It's like I can infinitely quickly like drag them into this line. So these were items that were going to go away anyway and give you 0 gold. So now they'll give you something, right? So yeah, maybe it's giving you 1 gold for each of the items, but it's going to be as though you just manually dragged them at a hyper speed. So hopefully that makes sense. Create recycler. Okay, we initialize this here and we pass in ground items. And then we take in that ground items. Ground items. Cool. Now we don't need to call base dot init, it's just regular init. And then store off ground items here. Now this isn't overriding anything. No, I see. All right, now where do we save off the page? Okay. Put this here, private ground items, ground items. And then when this thing tries accessing them, rather than accessing it through the town now, it can just do it like this. There. That means we don't need to change this. So it's 0 seconds. Couldn't that keep your hunger level so low you can't ever feed at max value? Yes, but exactly what Oakleus is saying. Like at that point, so an example, for example, here, what's happening is we have a lot of items that are disappearing. What this really means is that we probably shouldn't have all our adventurers just battling for no reason. So we just took them out of battle here. They go and they pick up all the items themselves. And if that wasn't enough, then that means that our customers are probably not high enough rate or speed or something. So you could go upgrade those things. And when you do that stuff, if that's still not enough, you've got the enchanters so that you can make customers move faster. So now customers are going to be darting into town and buying some stuff here. Maybe not at the potion shop, but like, there we go. So now there are no items on the ground. So that's how you'd be able to fix that. Hey, who cares? Howdy, howdy. So I definitely think this is the most elegant solution for this. And I think it's going to feel the best as well because people say that it feels bad for items to go to waste. And then they'll read this upgrade and they'll be like, oh, items won't go to waste anymore. Okay. And then they'll at least know they can do something about it. Right now, what happens, because they don't know there's something they can do about it because it doesn't technically exist, they say this is bad game design. But now they're going to say this is genius game design. It's all thanks to Trons. Other people have suggested this before. I just reformulated this enough where we didn't do it at first, but we're going to do it pretty soon. This looks good. Yeah, I'm glad we changed this. Okay, cool. So the only thing we don't check in is this. Let's click every other thing and then just unstage these changes here. Even if we didn't unstage this, it's not the end of the world. It's only debug code. And everyone is happy forever. Exactly. So add auto eat perk to the slime. This is going to be changed pretty soon, but I wanted to check in a version that's working. Cool. Okay, so the thing we want to change it to is this. No, wait, where'd it go? This. Auto eat. The garbage slime will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground when it's is kind of ambiguous, huh? A nearby item from the ground that's about to disappear. This ability can only happen every so often. Yeah, perfect. Do we use that phrasing? Yeah, but not for abilities, we don't. That's fine. Okay, next, the recycler is fetching items in the wrong way. So this get item to auto eat. This is going to be items that are about to disappear. How do we know that an item's about to disappear? Ground item should tell us, right? Ground item source. Yeah, time to start fast flash. So where's that? Item.flash true. So we should just get its time to live. And if it's less than, I guess, 3 seconds. Maybe it's less than 2 seconds. Yeah, because it's not going to disappear if you have this ability. And we want to give you the maximum amount of time possible. So yeah, let's make a public bool is about to disappear. Actually, this could just be like this. Time to live is less than 1. We should almost certainly make a constant out of that. Oh, still bad. Oh my God, one of these days. Okay, then time to be auto eaten. This is I don't know what we say. TT live at which this can be auto eaten. All right, there, whatever. I don't care. I know it's the longest variable name I've ever written. Doesn't matter. What's a lower cooldown you want to have for that ability? If it's 1 second, then I'd check when the time to live is less than 1.5 seconds. It's 0 seconds. So when you fully upgraded the ability, you can never have items disappear anymore. But maybe that's dumb. Maybe we should make it not be 0. That's a good question, though. What should that be? Where do my notes go on this? Yeah, this. Yeah, should this be greater than 0? If it's 0, then it means items can never disappear anymore. With what I wrote, they would also never disappear? No, if there's a cooldown greater than 0, then they could disappear still. Like, let's say you got 100 items on the ground, and your cooldown is like 0.25 seconds. Or I don't know, 1,000 items on the ground. It's like the slime can't eat them all before they naturally disappear. I like 0. I think I want it to effectively be 0. but not always. The next fest is in June, and that's probably what we're going to target. Yeah, like we could make it be 0.1 seconds. So now if you say that they can only eat this in the last 1 second, then you could eat 10 items in that time, which is effectively nothing. But yeah, let's just set it to 0. Let's just see how that goes. That way we don't have any questions about this. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. So now we got to come up with the max level for this. Cycler, hunger, this thing. Okay, hold on. My phone is going nuts right now. What is going on? I meant to turn this off, but I was expecting a call in the morning. Just want to make sure nothing's wrong here. Yeah, good. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't tend to check my phone during the stream. I also don't tend to have it on anything other than silent. Okay, so what do we call this? The cooldown, I guess? Cooldown. So the first level is technically not applicable. And then it's these other values that I said. So 15, 5, 0. And then we need to keep track of the cooldown somewhere. We consider any item with a time to live of less than or equal to 1.5 seconds. They'll never disappear. So how this is going to work, because I think there might be a misunderstanding here, but I'm not totally sure what it is. So an item is created. Let's say 5 items are created. This starts a 20-second countdown to deletion. At the way I've written it right now, at 1 second remaining, they are eligible to be auto-eaten. So now the slime eats 1. It starts its cooldown. And if its cooldown is, let's say, 5 seconds, then it'll only ever eat the 1 item, and 4 of the other ones are going to disappear. So it doesn't prevent items from disappearing forever. Unless you're, juggling them, then I guess you could reset the timer. So what we're probably going to have to... Yeah, actually, this is fine. Thought they'd eat all at once. No, I don't think so. That's why there's a cooldown. But I see what you're saying. With that said, even with what you were saying, it's possible that there's still items that disappeared. Because you could say something like 1 item is created every like 0.2 seconds. So now when the slime eats, it's only going to eat the ones that are nearly about to be destroyed, but there's a rolling window of ones that are going to be destroyed. So it would still let some disappear. Will automatically eat a nearby item from the ground that's about to disappear. This ability can only happen every so often. Yeah. And then, yeah, the question is this too long of a time, 15 seconds? And I don't know. We're not going to think about that right now. All right, so now we do this. Max level is cooldowns minus count, minus 1. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. All right, this is looking good. So now we need a get cooldown. Actually, do I even want to do that? I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, wait, this thing needs to be fixed now. Yeah. Okay, so this is cooldown. This is just a number of seconds, so 0:0. This is cooldowns. The level, and then this is the string that we want. Good. Oh, did I paste that twice? I gotta clean this keyboard. There's a lot of double typing happening, and that almost always means it's the cat. Her fur is stopping the keyboard from working. Certainly not dead skin cells from me. Yeah, there's just one problem, which is level 0 isn't going to show not applicable. We could do that. We could do like a list string. Actually, it's gotta be list object, right? Cooldowns. Cast to an object to list. Yeah, so then lower this. And then do select C. C equals, oh, it can't be C equals 0. Got to be like infinity here. -1, I guess. Yeah. C equals -1, question mark, NA, otherwise C. Okay. Should work. What's wrong here? Do not check floating point equality with exact values. Yeah, but -1 should work. You should be able to represent exactly -1, and I set it to exactly -1. I mean, I guess we could just make these integers. And then we don't have a problem. All right, now what's the issue here? Type arguments cannot be inferred from the usage. Try specifying the type arguments explicitly. What? Oh, because of it? No, wait, what? Huh. I'm not totally sure I understand this. So if it's type arguments, it's not talking about this, right? No, it's talking about the return value of this? Huh. Hey, Wendy, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. I have a Windy command, right? What does this do? That's all it does. Okay. Well, it has a miss. I didn't catch that. How do you cast int to object? Or am I not understanding the code? How do you do it? An int is an object, so this is basically just boxing it. So this should be fine. I'm not actually sure what I'm doing wrong here. This is a list of integers that we're then selecting. Is it because I'm potentially returning this as a... Oh, it is? Oh, wow. Okay. I see. I see. Okay, so it's not this. We could do .toString here, and then it could infer this. Yeah, there. Okay, well, whatever. It's going pretty well. Hey, Hef. We are working on making the garbage slime automatically eat stuff. So check this out. If we were to... Did I upgrade these? Yeah. So if we were to drop an item in the game right now, the slime just automatically ate that thing. If I speed this up a bit, yeah, it eats another one. Let's turn this off so you can actually see this happening. All right, watch this. We click grant items and one just gets shot into the slime's mouth. Could also cast to an object in the select directly. Can we? I guess we could if we did this. But a string is an object. Would this work? And then delete the cast? What? Okay, this is apparently not erroneous, but this would be. But it thinks that the object casting is not needed. Oh, man. Oh, cast the whole result of this? Yeah, that would probably work. No, it still thinks that that's... Oh, no, wait. Does that work? I put this in the wrong spot. Aha! Okay, that does work. Good idea. All right, so anyway, we got auto eating working, but it's working right now on a Boolean, just it either does it or it doesn't do it. Now we're gonna make it work on a cooldown. What'd you work on today, Wendy? Wendy's gonna be like, start a new game. Star Gunners sellers. All right, so if I upgrade this, actually it's not gonna do anything, right? But nice, the cooldown's working. I guess we need to write a number of seconds afterwards. So technically this is a formatted string, which is kind of weird. Namely the bad guy. Whizpig? Is it Whizpig? If not, it should be Whizpig. The baddest of the bad guys. Man, Diddy Kong Racing was a good game. I bet Stargunners is going to be a good game too. You should add a whole mini game that's just Diddy Kong Racing with all your characters. Spend like 3 years developing it, hide it behind a cheat code. It's a great use of your time. Subscribe to me for more game dev tips. All right, now we go to the recycler and we actually have this cooldown thing work. It's got to track its own auto eat cooldown here. It should probably also save this, but it's not really a big deal because all it's doing is automatically eating. So private float auto eat cooldown. Actually, I kind of want to start this at something that's not 0. I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, auto eat cooldown minus equal delta. Sure, and then if it's at 0, if it's less than or equal to 0, then attempts to auto eat, right? Yeah, auto eat. Or like try auto eat. Okay, private void try auto eat. So we need to reset the cooldown to whatever the value is, assuming you even have the ability. So here's this. Int cooldown equals... Oh, there's no way to do this. I don't think I coded this. No, I didn't. Okay, well, let's go code it. Public static int get cooldown. It should know how to fill in the rest. Yeah, perfect. And that's AI for you. Doing what I don't feel like doing. Nice. Okay. Now we go back to the recycler. And I put this in here. So this is recycler auto eat get cooldown. Sounds good. If the cooldown is less than 0, which is why this is a little bit weird, maybe what we should have done is make this be int.maxValue. Lowercase that. Is this the same on every platform? It must be. Yeah, it must be. But just checking for -1 certainly seems easier. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a public const int like NA cooldown or infinite cooldown, something like that, equals -1. Yeah, so this is infinite cooldown and this is infinite cooldown. Hey, APX, how's it going? Yeah, and then we put this up in here. Okay, so if cooldown is equal to recycler auto eat dot infinite cooldown, then just return. Otherwise, we want to see if there's an item to eat. Oh, this is going to happen every single frame, but there might not be items on the ground. I guess it's not a big deal. So now we don't need this stuff. We need to know if it ate something, which is what happens here. And then this gets set to whatever the cooldown is that we have of this. All right, so try to get an item to auto eat and then auto eat it. Yeah, so now the item to auto eat is going to be based on that the item exists, it's not being held, it's close enough, and now finally that it is about to disappear. What did I call this? Didn't I make some like about to disappear thing? Oh, it's in ground item. Excuse me, could not mute fast enough. Hey, Mortal Al, what's your word per minute? I don't have a serious video about that. I don't really want people to know. If you want to figure it out yourself, you probably could. All right, there we go. I think that's everything. Let's go try it out. Thanks, Devil Dog. Okay, so we upgrade this thing. This says that, well, actually, if we just leave this running for good, it should never eat an item on its own. Yeah, good. It's not. There should be no is at max hunger thing, hopefully either, which means that that's now deletable. Sprinkler is at max hunger. Is this being used? No, yeah, delete that. Okay. Next, we upgrade this once. So now it's going to be every 15 seconds it can eat an item. but it's only going to be when it's about to disappear. So we need to wait for these to be about to disappear. And when they start rapidly flashing, that's very hard to say, then the slime's going to take one of these, and hopefully only one. There it goes. Yeah, and that's it. Now it won't eat another item for another 15 seconds, but it takes 15 seconds for an item to look like it's about to disappear. So it'll eventually pull another one, right? Yep, there it goes. Okay, cool. Now we're going to upgrade this to be once every 5 seconds. And we're going to spew items out a little bit differently here, so they're staggered. I'm just going to keep clicking this. And now they should start to disappear. The slime will eat one of the ones that's about to disappear, wait 5 seconds, and then eat another one. So it should take one pretty soon. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Yeah, perfect. Okay, then we set this to 0, and now it should just eat anything that's about to disappear, right? Yeah. All right, so now if we speed this up a little bit, it's going to eat all of these items. Oh man, that's super cool. Okay, yeah, this was definitely the right decision. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, how much money do we have? We have, it ends in 67 right now. And after eating all of this, it's not going to give a whole lot of money because the hunger is going to drop down. But we go from 67 up to 141. That's pretty good. Yeah, all right, I like this a lot. And I think making it have 0 cooldown is the right choice so that you get to see that happen. This is kind of why the original Super Mario Bros. Had so many coins. So you keep hearing the sounds of... Seriously? Surprised that didn't show the game, but I guess it makes sense. Yeah, so you hear a little ding, 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 ding every time you walk into a coin. Oh, that's going to make a sound every time you do that too, isn't it? Oh, hang on, I didn't think about that. All right, it's fine. The reason why that's not super obnoxious is because we have the attenuation property of sounds that play frequently. So when it plays 10 times in a row, you're only going to hear it at 35% the volume that it would normally play at. I commented on your YouTube short. Yeah, I saw that, Thelston. Thank you. A.K. Is it possible to make the slime bigger or smaller depending on its hunger? It's possible, yeah. We would need special sprites for it because we can't just scale this up unless we do it in factors of 2. But I like how it is now. I think what we need is just a slightly better eating animation. Now there is one tiny problem, and it's that this cooldown could be set to, let's say, 10 seconds. And when you upgrade the skill so that it should be set to 0, it's still at 10. So it'll wait 10 seconds to eat. I don't think it's worth doing anything about. Yeah. Slurms Mackenzie. Everybody's favorite slug. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Cool. Yep. Yeah, nice. All right, I am quite happy with this. This worked out. This worked out really well. Hey, Amy. Okay, so make slime auto eat items that will disappear. This was the suggestion of, let's get the full name here. I'm in YouTube chat, and I think it's great. This makes it so that the player will... Oh, I never customized the costs. Where are the costs? Recycler perks. Yeah, whoops. Okay, so the first one should probably not be too expensive. Maybe like 100, and then maybe 150, and then maybe like 400. We should probably test that before I just check in blindly. It's very, very easy to test because we just have to open this up. All right, it's 100 and then 150 and then 400. Yeah, perfect. This makes it so the player, I wrote my rationale down over here, but I'd like to include it in this thing. Rationale. This still gives you time to interact with the item. This still encourages you to manually use the slime. And this still encourages you to improve your town's throughput. Yeah. All right, that brings us to one last thing, which is critical eating. So this one was pretty simple. It was just the slime gains an X% chance to critically eat, which gives Y% more value for the item. All right, what would make sense for this? I think Y could always be like 2x or 4x. Sorry, I'm thinking about this. There are some very valuable items in the game, and if you critically ate them, you would get a lot of money. So maybe we should only make this be like 150% and not 200%. Or we could lower Y and raise X. So like X could be a 25% chance for plus 25% value, and then a 50% chance, and then a 75% chance, and then a 100% chance. I don't know if that's interesting enough. Are they tiered in some way? Common, uncommon, legendary? In Cavitz, only can crit on uncommon and lower. They will probably be tiered eventually, but they're not currently. And yeah, that could be a solution, although I think people probably wouldn't expect that because we'd have to write in the tooltip like this can't crit on rare items. But I think it's fun when it crits on a rare item. So I'd like that to be possible. The question is, should a critical eat? I don't think we should ever get to a 100% chance. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, I think it should be a rare enough chance. What do we do for the actual crit ability that the rogue has? Where are the values for this? Here. 12.5% and then a 25%. And it was for a 4x multiplier. I kind of like that. We could say level 0, no crit. Level 1, it's like a 15% chance to crit for plus 50% value. So that's basically saying you increase the value of all of your slime eating by 7.5%. That's not crazy. In fact, that's probably not even that good. What does this do? 5%, 20%, 30%. I think you'd want it to be at least double these numbers. So maybe we do say plus 100% value or 75% or something like that. A lot of things come, yeah, a lot of fun things come from being unbalanced in games. Yeah, I just want to be careful. I've told this story a bunch of times, but Animal Crossing New Horizons did something that I absolutely hated. They had this turnip system, and long story short, it was basically gambling, and it was like the fastest way to make money. And as a result, I was like, I guess I have to use this system if I want to make money, right? And at one point, I lost all my money, and I never played the game again. So I want to be careful about something negating an otherwise fun system by being too valuable. Like imagine if you never needed to sell items anymore because this thing was so overpowered. Like that's probably not fun at that point. That's probably just tedious because now you're dragging items around all the time. I don't think I'd want to decrease the value each level because I think that's going to feel like we just downgraded you, even though the expected return could be higher. So I think what I want to do is something like this. Chance to crit for plus 75% value. So what does it work out to be? Point this times point this. So this is roughly 11% more value from items. And then if we just doubled it, then it must be 22%, right? So is that good enough? This combined with auto eating is interesting. It's just not great. Maybe we can increase this too. So this could be plus 100%, and now it's a plus 30% chance, and it's not even an approximate. It's just on average 30% more value. So it goes from being 11% more value to 30% more value. Yeah, let's start with this. I think I like this. Should we have a third level? We could. 45% chance to critically eat for 125% of value. And that'd be 0.45 times 1.25, which is like 56% more item value. You could scale crit chance inversely with value. Yeah, I think if we do that, we need to make it clear that this chance is not applied equally. And if you do bring a valuable item to it and you end up getting more money, I think that's fun. All right, so at the highest level, this is 56% more value. At the highest level of this, it's 35% more. Yeah, I think this is good. Because this does not affect the garbage line. Okay, let's code this. This is going to be critical eat. What icon represents that? Maybe this. Yeah, let's go with that one unless I find a better one. No, that's good. Alternatively, this one maybe, but yeah, let's go with that one. All right, swallow icon. Swallow.svg. Drag this over here. Good, it made it in. And we go to icon ID and we make, this is by Lork. This goes below sword brandish. Icon data. Oh, whoops. Oh, searching for the wrong thing. All right, swallow. All right, this one's going to be recycler critical eats. Critical eats. What a funny thing. The slime chooses a more effective diet. No, I think I do want to just frame it as eating, but that is pretty funny. Okay, so there are going to be two things that we put here, right? Where'd those values go? Where'd I put those? I mean, I think I remember what they are. Here they are. Yeah. Okay, so critical eat. So I want these values to be coded into this. So this is going to be chances, and it's going to be 0. Oh, nice. Okay, and then multipliers. I guess that's good. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. That's all coded. Now this is chances critical eats. Maybe. Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of want this to be something sort of jokey here. Like, um, like something like save the best bite for last or something like that. I don't know. We can call it critical eats until I come up with a better thing at least, but let's think about that in a bit. Okay, so we need a get chance and a get multiplier, and this is going to happen on... Yeah, okay, so let's make this int chance int multiplier. And this will say like get crit info. It should know exactly what I want to do here. Oh wait, int, my bad. And this isn't even correct, but let's do it this way. Level is equal to this. This can be replaced by level now. And the chances don't need to be multiplied by 100. Cannot implicitly convert to a float. It shouldn't even be trying to do that. Yeah. The munchies. Hmm. Maybe use a stronger word for eating. What would you say if you were super hungry? You'd say, I'm famished, I'm starved, or starving. I'll think about it some more. I like the munchies, except for its association, at least in the U.S. Gluttonous slime. So, okay, hold on. Backing up a step. The way that this makes sense to frame, so the items are the items no matter what. Like if there's a sword on the ground, the slime is going to eat it. And either it's going to critically eat it or not. So it's not based on the item. The item is always that same item. So it probably makes more sense for the slime to be in the mood for that particular thing. Oh, maybe it's a craving thing. Yeah. Item cravings. Yeah, that could potentially work. Like the slime craves certain items, which manifests itself as a chance to critically eat. You have any experience with web applications, more specifically recording videos? I have experience with web apps, but what would recording videos have to do with web apps? Because the way I interpret this, and maybe it's not the way you're making it sound, is that you want to record a video in a web app. And I think you need to use system APIs for that. I don't think you could just do that. I don't even know if there's a screen recording permission in a browser or something. The gluttonous gelatin. I like item cravings for now, but yeah, we'll see how this ends up panning out. All right, so we need two different things here. This is like precision, so let's just copy it from there. Okay, so what do we have here? This is going to be the crit chance and value bonus. Yeah. They're both percentages, and these come from chances and multipliers. We need the level of this thing, and we need the description. All right. What do we say here? I think we use the word garbage slime in the other one. Yeah, the garbage slime craves items every so often, allowing it to critically eat that item for extra value. Let's do that. Hey, Cybersecurity Queen, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? I'm guessing you're working on cybersecurity over there. I always like to pull up Twitch channels for people I haven't seen before. Let's take a look. Videos. Oh, no videos found. Oh, okay. Yeah, what are you working on? On mobile devices, are we super limited by RAM? Correct. You can ask the user to give permission to use their camera to... Oh. Recording videos through a camera. Sorry, I took it to mean screen recordings. No, I have not done that before. Zoom and co-work on browser. Yeah. There's got to be a way to do this, but I'm assuming this is the kind of thing you could even find a tutorial online for. I don't know if you're wondering, is it possible, or if you're struggling with something or an API call or something like that. But yeah, there should be some information out there. Anyway, Cybersecurity Queen, what were you working on, or what were you doing? Like I said, I assume it's I assume it's something sort of productive and in this category, but it might not be. What we're working on here is a game called Skeleseller, and this, for anyone who's been watching and is like, what is this guy doing? the game itself is a laid back town management game. So we have a bunch of characters running around right now. It's mostly idle. You send characters into battle, and then when they win that battle, they'll earn items for you. And you sell those items in your shops, you get money from them, and you upgrade your town. And the thing that we're working on is this cutesy little character right here. This is the garbage slime, and when you drag items onto it, it offers you money immediately. So you don't need to wait for a customer to come buy it from you. And we have upgrades for this now, and we only have 2 of them. One is to automatically eat items when they're about to disappear, and the other is to increase its hunger value so this gauge fills up faster and it offers you more money. The thing we're working on right now is an ability that's going to make it critically eat items and give you even more money for them. And we need to make this change the text that pops up to something like crit. Yeah, probably just crit in parentheses or something. Issue is I can only record for like 3 minutes. My theory is it's running out of RAM. Yeah, I think if you're storing all the video data in memory, that could be what's happening. I guess you'd need to stream it to disk even. That could potentially work. You could see how that works for you. Or, you know what you could do is you could just reject all the video data and act like you're streaming it to dev null. And that way you'd be able to validate whether your theory is correct. And then from there, figure out what you want to do. Put it either to disk or put it to a server or something like that. Okay, so we got a couple of things we want to do here. Let's go take a look at this. So critical eats, make sure to modify the label that shows up when the slime eats the food, the item. Shows a crit if it's on a native application on the device. It shouldn't matter if it's a native application or not. If you can communicate with a web server, then that's all that you should need. But still, I think probably just saving it to disk is all you might need. And I don't know what that would take if you're just, you know, a random website. There is local storage and there is an index DB. Possibly you could save it to something like that. Yeah, I think there are good starts to look into at least. All right, so off to the recycler. We have the eat item thing somewhere. Where is that? Oh, it's just gain hunger. It's when it eats an item that we need to do this. And unfortunately, I don't even think we have that here, do we? We have drop off item. This will work. Remove and then scrap item. This is it. Okay, so this is what's going to figure out if you are going to crit. Now, how do we do this with tipping? Tipping figures this out here. All right, we got to change this. It's going to be annoying. There's also browser permissions. Yeah, although even just for getting the camera, there'd be a video permission. So I assume if you're okay giving a video permission, you're probably also okay saving to disk or something. Because I think people would be very sensitive about video and not as sensitive about saving stuff to the disk. I recognize it's one more thing you need to ask for, but I don't think there'd be a problem getting that consent. Yeah, this is this is a little unfortunate. I wonder if the caller should just pass in what this amount should be. I guess the problem is that modify money takes into account what your bonus value would be here. So that means that every caller would need to take in the bonus value. Alternatively, we just make a function that shows, I'll need to think about this. Oh, I meant to say it's possible. Gotcha. Yeah. What do I want to do here? I still want the modify money in position thing, and I still want something like this. How do tips show up right now? It's with them in yellow text. I need a red potion so I can put this over here. And now I want that character to go buy it. And then we take a picture. There it is. Okay, so this is what's happening right now. And this indicates that you got 23 gold. So I think we can do the same general thing for the slime. Yeah, just show this exact same stuff, except for instead of tip, we say crit. And maybe show the whole thing differently. I'm not sure. Hey, M2, how's your hand doing? Okay, well, how about we back up a step? Let's figure out how much value we want to give for this. Modify money in position calls into this one. Tip value set to 0. We'd also need to give it the tip word that we're going to use. So either tip or crit. It's 5G crit. Yeah, but we call this from like a million places, don't we? Surprisingly, we don't. We call it from 3 places. That's not bad at all. Well. Can turn update. Up to you, whatever you prefer. I'm totally fine hearing it here. But if you want to maintain privacy, feel free to share privately. Apples have no concept of tipping. So there's really only one place where tipping comes into play, and it's buying an item. So yeah, tip value and then tip string. I guess this is like extra money value or something. Oh, although that gets run through this. Is this used anywhere else? Only for purchasing things. Interesting. Yeah, okay, I think we can change all this stuff. Yeah, and the money source figures out what sound to play. I'm not totally sure why I had done things this way. Yeah, I don't know why we did things this way. Town node. We should just tell it what to spawn and how much to modify the money by, and it should just do that stuff automatically. Doctor said things look good. I cut 1 of 3 muscles that control my thumb, which is what they fixed in the ER. Range of motion is good so far. In a cast for a week, then get stitches out in another cast for 2 weeks. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear it's good news. Makes me very squeamish. Oh, man. All right, you know what? I think we should probably take a break and come back and fix this up. This is not that hard to do. It's just, I got to think about this stuff. So fixing up how we show money labels. I'm leaning toward, what am I leaning toward? Having a function that just modifies money and shows a label and nothing more. And the callers would figure out everything else. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Is that Mr. Halsey? Second place, Mr. Halsey. I mean, pretty close. Pretty close. Close the game. GG. I love jump. Glad you're having fun. All right, so the thing I was thinking of changing this to is what if we just had the string get passed in and it just created the text at the right spot and modified your money? And then modifying money didn't do all of this stuff. Yeah. Because I don't like what's going on here. This is a bigger change though, so how about for now what we do is we commit just the critical eating stuff and then handle this in a different thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, how do we do this then? We get the crit chance. Float crit chance equals, or no, it's not just crit chance. It's also multiplier equals the recycler. It's not even called crit. It's called critical eats. Get crit info there. Okay, so now if stat computations percent chance crit chance. So if it crits, then we multiply this by the multiplier. It's actually one plus the multiplier. And then make this whole thing be a long. Scrap price times 1 plus multiplier. And we should probably round that up. Yeah, that's only fair. At that ceiling. Yeah. And then we need to say something about critically eating. Okay, so let's just print it for now. Actually, that's not even, should I? Yeah, fine, let's print it. And that's it. I think that's the whole thing. That's all we need to do. Then we need to modify the label, and as I mentioned, that's, oh, whoops, I forgot to add in the perk, so that's not going to do anything. Critical eats. This has, what, 3 levels? I'll just write it out like this, but I don't know how much it should cost. Looks like you become quite comfortable with Godot. Yeah, I think Godot itself isn't too bad to learn like 60% of it. The last 40% is UI stuff and all the like little quirks you run into with pretty much any game engine. All right, this didn't work because I need to click that. There we go. That should fix that. Looking at schedule with work, appointments, spring break might be a bit now. Yeah, just so you know, Wednesday is usually a very busy day for me. So if it's asynchronous like Discord chat as in over text, then yeah, I can probably get back to you. But I will almost certainly not have time for a call or something tonight. All right, item cravings. The garbage slime craves items every so often, allowing it to critically eat. Oh, it's not really gonna work. Because the every so often implies this can only happen based on a cooldown, but it's just based on a percent chance. The garbage slime gets cravings. Yeah, there. Okay. Allowing it to eat items for extra value sometimes. Let's start with that. Remove unnecessary parentheses. Makes sense? Okay, yeah, sounds good. All right, so we're just going to fully upgrade this. So now it's a 45% chance to critically eat. So now what we do is we feed it, and we see if it crits. It should be about half the time. Did not. So we're 0 for 2, 0 for 3, 0 for 4. Is this the right output? Ah, there it is. Wait, we're still 0 for 4 though. That doesn't seem right. What's that text say? Critical eat. What? Did I just get that unlucky? I mean, it's not so crazy. Yeah, it does look like I did. Now there's a little 2 there. This is, I don't know when this started happening. It was like a month ago maybe, but the console just puts two lines of text on top of each other. So it's really hard to read, but it is happening. You can see it there. All right, this is working, but I just don't feel like this is the right percentage of the time. But it's probably fine, and we can find out by just putting a breakpoint there. Where is this called? There. Okay, so now we feed it any item. And the chance should be 45%. Yeah, it is. Huh. Okay. I want to make it gold or something to let the player know. Oh, yeah. We're going to do that. We just have to do that in a different commit because I need to change a bit more for that to happen. I'm actually not sure how we want to render it. The way we render tips right now is like this. So let's paste that into GIMP here. So what I'm thinking is, what if we said something like plus, what if we wrote like critical eat? Just in parentheses, like plus 30G. And then we just leave it to you to figure out what that is, because at least it's deterministic. Yeah, I kind of like that. It's a lot of text though. But it's fun text. Also, we should make it show up in a different color. But that's at least what I'm leaning toward. Okay, so this is working. Let's go check this in. Let's close out of all the other editors that we have right now. Just crit sounds good. It does, it communicates the right thing, but in my mind, it's not as funny as seeing critical eat. So like if a streamer were showing this game and you saw that as a viewer, you'd be like, oh, that's interesting. There's critical eating in the game. Crete. What is this, Greece? All right. Yep, this is all looking good. Oh yeah, is the text good? The garbage slime gets cravings, allowing it to critically eat items for extra value. Wait. Yeah, that's correct. Wait. Plus 125%? Seriously? Wow. That's a lot. I'd also give showing two texts to try. You mean one item being dragged in can spawn two different floating text things? This looks like it's working. Good. Yeah, okay, cool. So check in everything other than town. Because town just has this debug code. Add critical eat perk to this line. It doesn't show a label correctly yet. So there's no indication that this is happening. I want to make that change in another commit, which is now this commit that we want to do. One floating text for crit and another for the gold. The only issue is with the eat every single item that's on the ground, you're already going to see like 14 different text things appear. So now if 7 of them showed crit, it would be quite a mess. It's going to be a mess anyway, but at least you'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see how this looks at least. And why do I keep doing that? Actually, not sure how I'm doing that. I must be pressing B. Gold text, different eating animation, like a crunch. If you unlock auto eating, you're probably not even going to notice this. But yeah, I like the gold text idea. Gold text. Okay, so how often is this called? This is the one that's called 3 times? Yeah, 3 times. And what do we do here? We do have a standard way of showing this. And it's green text with plus a number, the money symbol, and then extra stuff shows in gold. That's if you got a tip though. I think it's fine to just make the caller do this. So here's what I think I want the new function to be. Let's just call this modify money new function. And I'll write to do, whoops, to do rename this. So it's definitely going to take in, no, it's not going to take in an amount. Oh, it has to take in an amount. And then string text to show. And then it doesn't even need a money source anymore, right? Yeah, it's just going to be this stuff, I guess. But it's got to, oh, it's got to take in a position as well. Okay, so the way this is going to work is we just copy paste this. We call modify money. We don't have a money source anymore. We don't have a tip value. We don't compute the text. That's all this function is going to do. We don't even need this. Oh my God. That's why we did this, because the amount might have been changed and it's only what you actually earned, right? Yeah, it changes based on, no, it's not only what you earned though. It only changes based on your perk that you had. Okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, yeah, I think we're fine. Plus XG, but in gold, or also adding the extra text. I think no additional text, just the final value in gold. I see. All right, well, let's try some different things out. Ideas plus 15G, but in gold text. Plus 15G, but then a second text blob that says critical eat. And then this, also instead of saying in gold text, we can actually just make it gold, right? Oh, that looks ugly. Make it orange, I guess. Which color did I pick? That one. Yeah, something like that. Let's try this out. Okay, so this is our new function that we want, and we want to call this from everywhere. So item sales are the only ones that could add a bonus value. All right, let's go do this. So it's going to be town.modify money new function, money per apple, global position. And then we need the text. The text is going to be this. The amount is going to be money per apple. Game constants is just going to be pulled in. And then we need to play the item sales sound, I guess. All right. So that's what we have there. Now we have to do this another 7 times. Oh, man. I mean, I guess it's all going to look pretty similar to this. So all we're doing at first is just getting this to look exactly the same as how it looked originally. This is going to be play recycle item. It's going to be on town like that. It's going to be scrap price. And now the slime can customize this however we see fit, which we're not going to do yet, but we will do eventually. So now that part's done too. So now this should never have the slime passed in. Oh, what's that doing? Oh, I never deleted it. Global position is the same. Money source, yeah, sure. All right, final one is in buy item. Let's go over to there and copy this. So this will be town equals this dot town. There we go. All right, sound ID is going to be item sale. And now this had special text for doing all this stuff. And we need to figure out how much do you get as a bonus based on the amount. And there was a tip on top of that. What? So there's a, what is this? This is a long multiplied by an int. And this is a long multiplied by an int. Yeah. I guess it's just a long. So buy amount is equal to Oh, we already have buy amount. All right, so total buy amount is buy amount times the display item. And then tip amount is going to be tip times the quantity. So now this goes here. This goes here. But the way this is going to work now is that we just give you the total buy amount plus the tip. And then show a special thing of text here for when you get a tip, but you might not have gotten a tip. All right, I can see why this is going to be a little confusing, huh? So it's actually going to be like this. Tip amount is greater than 0. So we split up the buy amount and the tip amount. And now the only thing that we're missing here, well, this too. The only thing that we're missing now is taking your perk into account to see how much money you should get as a bonus. So this is the bonus based on the total buy amount. And then we add that bonus to this. This comes from town. Okay, that's something. I wonder if it's worth just having a function that does this stuff in the town. This is the only place where this is needed. I don't think you should worry about it too much. But I feel like all of this stuff should be figured out in one spot. All right, well, this can go down here. So now this can all be deleted. Sure hope this works. So now none of this is going to be used. Yeah, I think we can delete all of this and the money source. And this entire function. Wasn't it already figured out in one place and you're removing it? Yes, but it was being called from more locations than just that one. We can put it back in here and just have it only be called from that one spot. But if it's only be called from that one spot, I wonder if it just be here. All right, does this build? It does. All of these just work. Huh. Huh. Okay. This is modify money and show text. Kind of doesn't really need to be two functions, right? Yeah. It doesn't really need to be two functions. It's only called from, what, 3 places or something? You could just call modify money and then call the show text function. All right, well, if we're going to do anything, I guess we call this modify money a position. Delete the rename this thing. And then change the recycler thing. So what do we want to have show here? It could just show in gold, but I don't think it's going to be super obvious. We could show 2 different labels. And we could show everything all at once. I want to at least try this way. So let's see how this works. The scrap price is already modified. We just need to know if we crit. Bool did crit equals this. And then string text equals all of this stuff. Why not call it modify money and pass an extra param to decide to show text true or false? There are lots of ways we could do this. I'm not super concerned about this API for right now and what's the most ergonomic way of calling it because there's only really 3 callers. And I also I'm gonna look this over when I commit and see how that looks. But yeah, that is a possibility, guys. And welcome in. And hey, Cypher. All right, so I want to do this pretty much the same way we did this here. We have two different ways of showing this. This is if it crit, then we're going to do something certain. This is just scrap amount. All right, scrap amount. That's in green. What if I show the whole thing in gold? And then write critical eat like that. Otherwise, we just do it this way. Yeah, I think this would look fine. And then we just put text equals that. And put the text here. Hey again, Harvey. The automatic slime eat still a thing? Will items fly toward the slime? I played with vacuum particles for that. Looks silly, but we can make this work. Yes, automatic eat is still a thing. Items will fly toward the slime, and vacuum particles could be kind of cool. Make a money source and use that to decide what to do. Don't you suggest things like that. Scrap price is what this is called, not scrap amount. All right, let's try this out. Let's see if it's working. Like I said, it's kind of a lot of text, but it does look distinct from when you regular eat an item. So we need to upgrade critical eating. Let's get one chance in it, or one thing. Let's also upgrade seek food to be maxed out. So when these items are about to disappear, they're all going to get absorbed into the slime, which is going to be way too much going on at once. This is not what would typically happen, but I want to see it anyway. Okay, I do kind of like the critical eat thing. It at least makes it obvious. Although I do think maybe we should have the text being green for the amount. Let's try manually feeding it now. +7, +4, +1, +1. Ah, there we go. +2 critical eat. Okay, now the only thing I'm thinking is that maybe it shouldn't be in all caps. Now let's upgrade this so I don't have to keep doing this a million times. I don't know. I'm so torn. All right, let's put it lowercase. Let's see what that looks like. And then I kind of want the color of just this to be green. And for the critical eat text to be gold. Thanks, Spice. Yeah, let's try that out. So I upgrade this. And now let's see what critically eating looks like. Maybe we should just try showing crit and not critical eat. Oh, I like the humor value of having it typed out like that. Why is it not happening? Why does it take like 6 times? Am I losing that many dice rolls? I guess so. Dice flips. Dice flips, coin flips. It's not paying attention to what I'm saying. I don't know. Epic consumption. Well, it's supposed to match what's on here. We could say that instead of being a crit chance, it's a, well, I guess I could still say crit chance and we could just randomize the strings. The thing is, the percent chance of this happening at its highest level is 45%. So whatever it is that you're seeing about half the time, which is often enough where you're probably going to stop paying attention to it at some point. Well, you'd think it's often enough. Then I do 7 times in a row and it doesn't happen at all. But that's RNG for you. All right, it's kind of growing on me to see exactly what it looks like right now. Okay, so let's try this. We're going to turn up seek food to be at 5 seconds. We're going to start a bunch of battles. And I'll speed this up a tiny bit. And now it should just be eating items before they disappear. Well, once every, what did I say, 5 seconds? Yeah, once every 5 seconds. We could have the hunger increase faster. Yeah, there it goes. So if we're like, this is as though we're actually playing the game right now. Yeah, and every once in a while I'll see this happen. This isn't too bad, but now let's upgrade it to full and see what it's like. So now it's going to eat all of the items. Yeah. This is pretty cool. Yeah, okay, how about let's take Mr. Halsey's suggestion. And let's do that. So private string get crit text. So this is when we know it's going to crit. Get crit text. And right now it's just going to do this. But let's have some very rare chances for certain things to happen. So there's a 1% chance. Let's go with Mr. Halsey's suggestion completely here. And then I like Kevin's idea there for it to just say yum. I mean, there can be a 5% chance of that. Let's just leave it at that for now, maybe? I don't know. Let's try that out. Familiar with C Sharp but not with Godot? Does Godot have its own default classes for specific game things, or do you need to make your own classes for specific functions and methods you want to add to your game from scratch, or both? Excuse me, it depends on what you're talking about exactly. So for example, buttons, there's a class for that. And they already emit the signals you would expect. So using a button should be as simple as just add one to your scene, fetch it, and then do something like button.clicks plus equal whatever code you want here. Maybe show a message or spawn a character or something. So in that sense, it's provided to you. If you're talking about something like, I don't know, it's sort of hard to say. It does provide enough tools you would need to make a game. And I could explain it in terms of anything you see here, I guess. So like filling up a progress bar, there is a progress bar node. And this outline, like you can add shaders to things without needing to write all that code yourself. Okay, now let's try upgrading everything. Click, 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 click. And then let's grant a bunch of items. Oh, except for these are all going to happen at the same time, right? Yeah, but not if I click them. Then they'll get refreshed. There. Okay, now let's see. Critical eat. We'll pretty much never see these extra messages. They're a very, very slim chance. Yeah, we're never really going to see it. I could speed this up, but then they're all going to get stacked on top of each other and we won't see it for a different reason. I think it might have output the other one. Epic consumption. That's the first thing you see. You'd be like, what? It's supposed to crit. Oh, there we go. We got a yum. Yeah, I like that. Has good default ones, but if you need anything specific, you got to make your own class. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's how pretty much every game engine is going to be. If it's a game engine, then that means it's got to provide you something. Otherwise, no one would use it. So it's going to have some functions out of the box, but it's not going to it's not going to contain what you need for your specific game, or at least not exactly. Okay, cool. All right, I like this. I think this is pretty good. So let's take a look at the code that we had to change to get this to work. Oh, money source doesn't exist anywhere now, right? Yeah, we can just delete this. Yeah, we don't need to do this. I'm going to leave this as is for now. Yeah, We got rid of some code from town too, which I also like. I know it just got moved elsewhere. All right, so let's check all this in and just get rid of those 2 changes here. All right, so show crit label for the slime. I refactored how we show money modifications. Oh, you know, we didn't test. We didn't test tipping in the game. Do any customers want a specific item? Are there even customers? Let's go get some customers. All right, customers come running on in. We wait for one of them to want an item, then we give it to them. Might need to be waiting quite a long time, I guess. Come on, really? None of them want something? Whoa, there we go. That one wants a red potion. Let's get them a red potion. No, no, no. Go over there. Get the item. Nice. Yeah, it's still showing up correctly. Okay. Hey, Trackley. Refactored how we show money modifications so that it's up to the caller to specify the text. This lets the slime customize their crit text. All right, now let's take a quick look at this. They also need to choose which sound they play. I think this makes a lot more sense. I think anytime you pass in an enumeration and then have a long if-else chain based on it, that it probably means you should just be using whatever hierarchy you had calling into that to begin with, which is now what we're doing. Okay, looks good. All right, I think that closes out all the slime perks that we wanted. Yeah, we got critical eating. Any other ones that sound like they're good from here? We did this one, slime gets hungrier faster. We did not do this one, slime offers more money, but we did do critical eating, which is a way of making them offer more money. So I don't think we need to do anything there. Slime offers more money on hungry. I don't think that's necessary. Slime offers a higher minimum amount. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. Slime auto eats an item on hungry. That's done. Could automatically give the enchanter 1 mana every time an item is eaten. Yeah, slime can give more money when they're at max hunger. You're going to change it to remove modify money in position? I just renamed it. So this is now the new function. Were you talking about, like, should I split this up and have the callers pass it? Because I thought, it's not really worth it. We already had modify money in position. I think this is fine. But I'm not really attached to it. Yeah, all this stuff is done. What is this task? Semi-automate the enchanter and recycler. I think these are now encapsulated by these. Yeah. Closing this in favor of 581 and 803. Not planned. Okay, let's merge this, right? Oh, wait, we haven't done that. Oh, and we haven't done this either. Rebalance the slime based on these perks. What are the costs that we have right now? Cost 100, 200, 100. Affected by the knowledge that Stardew Valley still ranks in the top 50 most played games daily. I find Stardew Valley to be inspiring. So I think that's nice. Also, I've hang on one second. Hang on. Excuse me. I was talking to Irish Sean Games on his stream, and I asked just how many wish lists do you have? And he said tens of thousands. And I'm at about 1,400 for a frame of reference. And this is not set out of envy or anything. What I think would be nice is if I had, let's say, tens of thousands of wish lists, then I know that the effort I'm putting into the game is going to pay off. Whereas 1,400 is not a number that gives you confidence that, yes, this is worth doing. if I were at, let's say, 50K wish list, I could probably reasonably spend like another year just polishing the game and getting it ready. And there wouldn't really be a downside unless someone quote unquote beat me to market. They'd need to be making practically the same game because there are other idle games. I don't think they're necessarily like congesting the space too much. But since I'm not at that amount, there are lots of questions that come up. And those questions are things like, how much longer do we spend on this before launching? How many more systems should we make before considering the game launch ready? And yeah, pretty much those, I guess. Maybe there's something else. So like I said, if you knew you had 50,000 wish list, it's like, oh, well, we know that the game is already well received before it's even been out. So maybe we should make some more stuff and make sure people are happy. And I feel like all this ties into Stardew Valley because Stardew Valley was made over the course of, I think, 4 to 5 years of mostly solo dev. At some point, there was a publisher involved for mobile, I think. But anyway, yeah, mostly solo dev, 4 to 5 years. And he apparently thoroughly doubted himself and the game. And obviously now, hindsight is 2020, we know the game did fantastically well. And yeah, it's one of the most played games on Steam a decade after its launch. So he kind of just winged it. We're all shaped by our experiences. And I spent 5 years making Botland and that did not pay off. And my main takeaway was get to the point where you can determine whether it's going to pay off faster. So that's why we've been doing all these checkpoints. That's why we've been doing surveys, getting feedback, just kind of tackling things and iterating on this and not going too long without having people actually play the game. And that's still what we're going to do. In the next month, I'm going to launch the next checkpoint and people will be able to comment on farming and fishing and these slime perks and whatever else. And hopefully it's a more fun game. But even if that bumps wishlist numbers up to 2,000, it's still not the kind of confidence we need to say, yes, this is 100% for sure going in the right direction. And I think the other thing I'm kind of grappling here is when any form of media spreads like wildfire, typically you see this with a lot of like viral videos and stuff, but people have been telling me about indie games where people market them and then they're getting like 90,000 wish lists before the game's even launched. And I guess at the bottom of this is like, why hasn't that happened for Skeleseller? And rationally, I know why not, because it takes marketing and every marketing thing is like a % chance for this to happen. It's not that you're guaranteed to reach a certain audience. If you do the exact same ad campaign on Tuesday versus on Thursday, you might have a difference. You could re-release the same video and stuff. So what I'm trying to do is increase the amount that I'm doing my own marketing here. So I started making my own shorts and I've got 2 of them now. These are the only shorts I've ever made. They're both at about 1,000 views, which is, it's okay. There is actually an effect of this newest short that I did not realize yesterday. Oh, by the way, there are a couple things. One, if you take a look at this, for whatever reason, I got 8 dislikes on this video. I wish people would share why, because I'd like to improve the video. And I'm not bothered by people disliking it. It doesn't help me improve to just see a negative number there. I'd like to see what they didn't like. But the analytics of this video show that I got, well, now 2 subscribers, but I originally only got 1. The other video that I did, the other short, got 11. And I was trying to figure out why did it get 11 and the other one only got 2. And I think it's because in this video, I wrote a comment myself saying, here are the takeaways. Also, please wishlist the game on Steam. So then this morning I wake up after having made the video and I go look at the number of wish lists and it actually rose by, I think, 11, which is very uncommon for it to have done on a day that I don't stream. So can I see yesterday, I guess? Yeah. Where'd that go? Here. So actually 12 people added it and 1 person deleted it. So assuming that the 1 person who deleted it from a while ago, then it was just 12 new people. In which case that probably shows that the short was effective. And instead of getting 11 subscribers on the channel, we got 11 subscribers on Steam, pretty much. I don't know, I think I started Valley until it came out. For myself and people I know, we've been bitten too often by early access games, so we all rely heavily on Steam reviews before purchasing. Yeah, I wonder how demos change that equation for you, or for anybody who cares a lot about reviews. Like, if a game has a demo, you don't really need to just trust the reviews. You could just try it. And I did this myself with a game called Secrets of Grindia, and the demo actually turned me off from the game. So it's not like it's a bad game or anything, but they have a demo, and by the end of the demo, I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm never gonna play this game again. Like I didn't need to really read the reviews too much to find out that okay, yeah, this isn't the game for me. Obviously, you hope that a demo is going to steer more people toward the positive side than the negative side. Where do you advertise the surveys? Just through the game. The surveys are part of the iterative cycle here, which is there's a provide feedback thing. So it's not a survey meant for advertising. It's a survey just meant for getting feedback. Oh, nice, Cypher. Thanks for wish listing it. Yeah, by the way, if anyone else wants to, the link is here. As a gamer, I prefer shorts versus apps like Instagram and TikTok. Yeah, I'm not on Instagram or TikTok. I think it'd probably help for me to just make accounts and publish the stuff I'm already making there. I should probably consider that. On the plus side, now you won't buy the full game and leave a negative review. Yeah, that's true, actually. I didn't think about it that way. You're essentially weeding out the people who were not going to like it. It's a really good way of thinking about things. I think sometimes with indie games, the marketing gets stuck in the game dev bubble and doesn't end up reaching the wider game audience. Yeah, and I think the reason why that happens is because one, generally, I'm definitely generalizing here, indie devs don't know how to market, and two, even if they know how to market, they generally don't have the budget to do so on a very wide scale. So everyone's probably heard of Raid Shadow Legends, but not everyone's heard of, indie game number 776 that released that year. Hey, Overkill. So anyway, all of that is to say that I am trying to ramp up the marketing engine more so that we can get the confidence to know that what we're doing here is worthwhile. That's it. That was my incredibly long-winded way of saying all of that. Hey, Grace. It's going well. We just finished the slime perks, or at least mostly. I was just thinking of rebalancing this, but I think we got to do this probably when we tackle the balance for this next checkpoint. Balance the game. Yeah. I'm just going to say update. This is now the issue we're going to use for checkpoint 6. Yeah, and I'll add something here. Balance the garbage slime. Now that it has perks, think of when we want people to auto eat items, etc. A lot of players might be interested in the game itself and not technical details. Yeah, you know what I realized though? The games that you can show off and just have the game itself be interesting to some people, I think they need to generally be flashier games. And I mean, I don't think Skeleseller is in the flashy category. The other thing I'm kind of wondering about is like, you could make pretty much the best anime in the world and I probably won't watch it. I'm just not into anime for whatever reason. And it's not to say I've never watched them, and maybe there'd be one that's good enough. But like Arcane had a budget of what, $250 million, and it's not really an anime. But I'm just never probably gonna watch it. And like, how would you reach me as a customer for that? And I think it's kind of the same thing with idle games. I've talked to some people who've said like, "Oh, I don't know what an idle game even is," and like, I don't know what to do there. How do you reach that person? How do you get them to check out your game? So one of the other things I kind of consider here is if you look up Skeleseller on YouTube and you go to, I don't know, I guess if you just scroll down, other people have made videos on this, and some of them have gotten a decent number of views. I think this is the most popular one at 2,500 views. But this one got 1,700 views. There were other people who made this. Where are their videos? What is this topic? Recent. There was a Korean guy who streamed as a hedgehog. I don't know where that went. I don't even know how to find that. That's bizarre though, right? Maybe if I search watched videos? Where's the hedgehog guy? Ah, there it is. Yeah, this got 2,500 views as well. Also, I really like this video. I don't know why that doesn't show up when you search for this. I had a point that I've now lost. Oh yeah, that's right. The whole technical details and stuff. So these, in my mind, would serve as like a, hey, you're watching someone have fun. Oh, check out this game. They're not getting tons of views and they're not converting into tons of wish lists or anything either. So that's what makes me wonder, like, what should I be doing differently? And that's why I'm starting with shorts. I want to try it out. I want to see where that goes. If they're willing to go out of their way to hate purchase your game, then you made them feel something. Yeah. I used to make shorts. Sometimes people don't want that type of content on their feed. Yeah, I don't typically want that type of content. Also, I typically don't even want to know about idle games coming out. So it's like the stuff I'm making, I wouldn't consume myself. I would probably play Skeleseller if someone convinced me to try it. I think I'd find it fun. But I generally try to shut out all the media that I'm making. Is YouTube giving my content to the wrong people? Yeah, yeah, that's entirely possible. That person isn't your target audience and never will be. It's hard to say. I think, here's what I think. Let's say we say there's a person out there who says, I don't know what an idle game is. I think this person might enjoy the game. Now, when you're talking about marketing and what your target audience is for any particular campaign, you wouldn't target these people. They'd be too hard to convert. But if you somehow reach those people, and by the way, I think the way you'd reach these people is via influencer marketing. Like they happen to watch, streamer X, and I get streamer X to play the game, and they're like, "Oh, okay, now I get it. I understand what this game is." Hey, Krasner, thank you for the resub and happy afternoon. Make a game with hints of other genres, perhaps? Yeah, in my mind, that would come down to the game you make, considering marketing from the very beginning, and then trying to target genres or subgenres based on what's popular and what's monetizable, I guess, at that point. All right, so we're not doing this. Request art for new icons. I'll write this down really fast. Actually, you know what? I'll just write this over here. Okay, so now we're on .NET format. Let's run .NET format. And then merge and switch back to main. This has been pretty good. I'm glad this worked out. We got to do this with the enchanter, and I think the enchanter is going to take more time. And I feel like my pace has been somewhat slow, and I think I know the reason. I did a lot of stuff on the weekend, and it wasn't work stuff, but it all takes from the same energy. Which probably indicates that weekend working is not a great thing. Okay, so now we sync this, and then we get ready to merge this. Pull request. Add slime perks. What is going on? Why can't I select this? There we go. Closes, whatever this is, 803. Did I restore everything back to what it should be? I guess we should try launching the game, huh? Yeah. All right, so by default, this works exactly like how it always used to work, right? There should be no critical eating happening here. Yeah. And then we give it this. Now it's going to eat one item on its own in about 3 seconds. Or 5 seconds, maybe. There it goes. Just yoink that sword. Yeah, nice. All right. Well, I'm happy with this. Great. And I'm going to merge this. All right, so Kevin, if you were there, you were working on the tabbed interface. This is probably going to make for a fun merge. All right, that's done, and now switch back to main. GSM, done. All right, then we work on spellbook highlights, and then we pick up with the enchanter perks. All right. So spellbook highlights, let's go do that. Git stash list, git stash pop. All right, this is something I worked on yesterday just for the sake of a video, and it turned out to be pretty good, so I think we're going to probably use it. But I got to clean it up. It's very ugly right now. Because when you write code for a video, you don't need it to be clean code. So here's what this does. When you build the enchanter, you always had these spell books, but now when you click them, they open and they get highlighted based on the color of the spell. So blue, green, and orange. There is one little issue though, which is that you can't see by hovering over the spell books what the time remaining is. Like I feel like maybe we should make the outline shrink as the duration increases. You can see by hovering over this. Hey, Brian. Last time you were here was July. Wow, it has been a while. Skeleseller's doing well. I wish there's a couple games yesterday from general review videos, like top 10 new idle games coming in 2025, just from other YouTubers making more broad content. How much of that comes from just asking someone to review your game? I think there's a size of an influencer where they're okay with doing things for free because they're still trying to gain exposure. And unfortunately, I don't have much exposure to offer people anyway. And I know there's kind of a joke in a lot of communities about like you can't pay people or you can't pay your rent and exposure. But if you've got like 1,000 followers on YouTube and someone reaches out to you and says, hey, here's a free game, they might be willing to try it out. I should probably do a little bit more of that. But what I've generally found is that when I try convincing people to play the game, it's usually like either they naturally want to play it or they don't want to play it. And I'd have to like spam a bunch of people with that. We could add a small progress bar below the books or something of the sort. Yeah, that would probably be pretty good. Yeah, I like that idea. Hey, Jitspo. I think you normally stream while I'm sleeping. I think I know where you live in terms of where in the world, like what time zone. But I did not realize I only ever streamed while you're sleeping. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Jitspo. How's it going? How are your games doing? I like this idea. Add a progress bar below the books. So that all we really need here is for it to indicate that you can... I don't even have mana anymore. All right, let's just restart the game. I will just save this when I have full mana. Yeah, save game. Yeah, so I think the highlight is fine. I like the little particle effect, although it's very subtle. And I guess when you're zoomed out, it's not even really obvious that it's happening. So yeah, we put a progress bar beneath this. I think that could work. Does this make a sound? Yeah. And when we load... Yeah, nice. All right, let's turn that off now and then load again. Nocturnal sleep schedule got out of whack though, so I'm awake during the day for once. Is it because of daylight saving time? Could you use the outline as a clock style countdown? So when first used, the line is full, and as the timer counts down, the line decreases or it's flipped. I think a progress bar is going to make the most sense. But yes, we could do something like that. Small creators on YouTube who already played games like mine ended up covering it with a free key. Who knows how much impact that really had on sales though? Wait, I don't think I knew that you made a game. Can you share it on Discord? Hey, Ian. Make right-clicking the crystal give... Yeah, that's another good idea. Should definitely do that. The books could be on little book stands instead of on the floor. And maybe make the progress bar could be integrated into that. Do we have a book stand graphic? We have a table. I didn't mean to zoom in. We have a table. I guess a book stand to me would look kind of like a lectern, I guess. But I don't... Yeah, I guess they should be on something. Hmm. Right click the book to stop the spell. It was a long while ago. Gotcha. Just been in this state where I only sleep like 4 hours, then can't go back to sleep. Oh man, that is rough. I've done a whole bunch of things to try to improve my sleep quality. And one of them was get a CPAP machine. But also it's like blackout blinds, a humidifier, eye mask, earplugs. Yeah, I like the idea of that. I think that's a good idea. Well, I don't know about the progress bar inside the lectern, but I think just having a lectern or something I think would be good. Yeah, I'll give you a point for that, Tabu. Okay, I don't want to spend too long on just improving the visibility of the books because the whole point of the next task is to make perks for the enchanter. And there is a lot of game design space here. Also, I think we should probably file an idea somewhere. File an idea, maybe have a perks board for interactions between systems and say that perks will only show up there when you've unlocked all of the involved systems. So check back often. E.g., every time you harvest an item from your farm, you get 1 mana for the enchanter. This is a dumb perk, but like just imagine something like that. Good alert. Thanks. Thanks, Jitsvo. Good luck. I wish you luck as well. Yeah, so 2 main things. One was just getting this to look like this, which we already have, and I need to clean up the code. And then the other is adding in a perks board like we have for practically everything else, where you have enchanter spells in here, mana regeneration rate, etc. And we don't have that yet. So let's go take a look at cleaning this up. We now have extra line color 2. Excuse me. I think the only place this was used is on the farm. And the farm doesn't even show up. Excuse me. All right, let's wait for this to happen. Workers are going to bring potions down here. It's going to plant some seeds. Let me just force this to grow. So this is animating from nothing to nothing, huh? Why is that happening? Because nothing was specified for this? So we're mixing in, oh, we're mixing in 0 the whole time. I see. Okay, so I got to pass in cyan for that. All right, I think that's fine. Yeah. So where do we use this? Extra line color? Something must set this. It had to be a crop that could be harvested. I don't even see code in here. Yes, it's just Spellbook has it. I might have manually set it. Or it might just always be, oh, it defaults to yellow. Or cyan, and the other color was yellow. So that one's technically right. We need to specify this one. Okay, how about we just go into crop and modify it? It's the plant that gets highlighted, right? Yeah, so in here, shader parameters, extra line color is set to green. Extra line color 2 is set to cyan. Those aren't the colors I had. Wait, what? This isn't animating. Oh, it needs alter over time? No, it needs its extra line visible. All right, well, I know for sure something must set this. There it is. Found ya. Plant just became ready for harvest. We set is extra line visible. And the only thing I changed in the shader was just this particular thing, which is that instead of hard coding in the color like that, we now pull it from the editor. But it's all going to be done on that crop. And crop is the root node of carrots and pumpkins and grapes and stuff. So all we need to do is type this in. All right, it's full red, full green, and full alpha. And it would have been extra line color 2. Yeah. All right, full red, full green, full alpha. All right, that should work. I really should have saved that because now I got to go create the farm again, right? Unless it auto-saved. It did auto-save. Ha! It's still not working. What is going on here? I didn't even change anything, right? Okay, out of curiosity, let's just revert this line and then rerun this. Because I don't see any difference in what those two things are. Yeah, no, it's not working. Oh, wait, it is. There, yeah. How is that working? What? That would mean that this color isn't set correctly. But, oh, I think this has to do with how scenes get inherited. Oh my God, this is stupid. Yeah, I think that fruiting crop, for example, has extra line color set to something wrong. Extra line color. Yeah, it's not set to anything, so it's using the default. That's my guess, at least. We can verify that right now. We just go into this and take a look at what the... Oh, you know what? I bet if I just click run here, it'll probably get fixed automatically. It did. Yeah, it got put in, but it's the wrong value. One block table looks okay. Exterior, it's on the right just below the boat. Exterior pack, hang on a second. Let me go find this. Pictures, super retro world. All right, here it is. Exterior pack, Atlas. Oh, I already had it open. No, I didn't. There it goes. All right, what'd you say? One block table. It's on the right just below the boat. Oh, this one? Yeah, that's not bad. Probably look better than what we have. Ian said, I can't find your life updates if there is such a thing. What are you looking for? Because I think the only thing I had was this, and that's from like, yeah, the end of 2023. Maybe use the 2x2. I feel like the 2x2 would take too much space. But we'll try this out and see. Because, yeah, I'm not a very good judge of this stuff. All right, so now I just change this over here. Ding, ding, ding. All right, and if that looks good, if these carrots are now highlighted correctly, then at least I understand what's going on. I just need to figure out how I want to set this. Load game. They should turn yellow. Yep. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Something I just noticed though is it's using half opacity cyan. I wonder if we set that to full opacity, what it would look like. I guess we can just change it. It might look like they're too radioactive. Oh, still working full time? Yeah, no, I'm just doing this now. I'm doing this full time, although I'm not streaming it full time. All right, so this is very visible, that's for sure. And even if you're zoomed out all the way, yeah, it's practically impossible to miss. So I kind of like that. I think it's good. And I think this is the only place this is even used. Yeah, it is. It's only in the crop. Is there a way to just not specify these things? They get exported. And if I revert it, it goes back to the built-in color that we had. What do I want to do then for that? I guess just revert them both, right? Something's wrong there. Oh no, it's not wrong there. It's wrong in here. Yeah, this is supposed to be 1, 1, 0, 1. Yeah. And now when these things get reverted, they turn into blue and yellow. Okay. All right. So then the next thing to do would be to make it so that the spell books have customizable colors, which I think we already started working on here. Yeah, this has something built in. It's got some particles. We need to customize all of that. That comes from over here. And I just spewed a bunch of garbage code in there. That's what we're gonna go fix. So these things should come from spell data. And I just made up some colors. Should probably figure out what those colors should be. What did I do? I had to go from like fully opaque dark green down to not fully opaque dark green. Hmm. Can we load or did I already overwrite that? All right, I'll just speed this up. Okay, so I cast a spell. I think if we're going to show a progress bar that we don't need to go to full opacity here because it'll be clear from the progress bar that this thing is on. So yeah, let's go plug this all into spell data. And so make a color outline color and another color for the particle color, which could just be the outline color, right? Let's just try that. Color when cast. Yeah. All right, so the customer spell, if I'm not mistaken, is the blue one, right? Yeah. Color when cast, colors dot blue. And then the worker spell is green, maybe dark green and dark blue. And then this is dark orange. Great. So now instead of all this garbage going on here, we can just go get the color when cast from spell data, which we don't even have anywhere. Huh, we don't even have. Get it from the spell ID and then pull from spell data, color when cast. Good. And now we got to set all these things properly. So we can set the particles just to be that color. And then we can set the starting color and the ending color to this, but we want different opacity levels. So we'll do color outline start color. Can you copy a color? I don't know how these things get copied when you set one equal to another one. Is there like a clone or something? Lamp. Color dot from. Let's just do it this way then. From HTML of the other color when cast. Yeah. All right, so that's the outline start and the outline end. I think you can get one from another. I mean, I guess let's see. Can I just make a new color with the color when cast? Oh, that does exist. And you can even customize the alpha when you do that. Neat. Hey, Soul, how you doing? All right, then we don't need this nonsense here. We could actually just do this. Okay, and then put in outline start and end. That's, I don't have a reverser for that. The modulate is fine. Anything else we do here? Nope. All right, that's much cleaner. But now we need to customize the alpha values. So maybe like start at 0.8 and go to 0.4. Yeah. If it looks good enough, then fine. I don't want to spend a ton of time polishing this right now. All right, so there's our blue outline. It goes to darker blue. It's got the blue particles. Same thing with the other two colors. I think that's pretty good for now. I kind of want to customize the bookmark color too, but in order to do that, we need to make the bookmark its own object so that we just modulate that when we change it. I'm also not certain anyone's going to care. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. I'm happy. It's pretty good. Pretty good. We save off the particles. Yep. Yep. And yes, except that this should be changed. All right, let's go do that. So we make a new atlas texture in 2 different places. Yeah. And this is like revert to closed book, or like set texture to closed book. And that's just going to be this here. And then the same thing goes up into our init function here. Which I guess means you need this inside of this function. Yeah, nice. Not bad. Okay. This is hard coded. That's not a good idea. That region though can be hard coded, I guess. We just need to make it into a constant somewhere. I guess the whole set it to an open book. I guess that's what we want to do. Yeah, fine. Private void set texture to open book. And that's where this is going to happen. Open book. All right, there we go. And I can do a const. Actually, you can't. You can't make a constant region. I don't care. That's fine. All right, is that it? I think it might be. So we resurrected this. We need the progress bar. We need right clicking to give you mana. But let's run that one more time and see what it looks like. Hopefully we didn't break any of their outlines. Although nothing should have that extra line be visible other than crops. So crops should look okay and the book should look okay. Crops are there. They're looking good. And books are there. Not enough mana for the last one. Yeah, I think it's good. All right, let's check that in. And hopefully it had minimal changes to the shader. Yep, very minimal. The gradient changed here. Oh, that's the gradient for the particles. I see. That's fine. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Oh, wait. Oh, no, 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 no. What we have to do is actually this. Project, tools, upgrade UIDs. Oh, this is going to be annoying. This is going to modify a whole bunch of files. What it's going to do is it's going to plug in extra line color for like 14 other shaders that we have. They made a tool that lets you... Oh, also it fixed all our UIDs. And I think I'm wrong about that. It didn't even do what I thought it would do. Oh, no, it's still working. The thing is, I don't think I get things done so quickly. Look at that. Yep. This is a new feature they added in Godot. So this is going to fix up all the scripts that adds in anything automatic. And it does it all at once. And yeah, there's just a bunch of this. I find this rather unfortunate that we even need to do this, but fine. Also, all this stuff about UID files. These should have been done a while ago. I'll check these in on their own. Hey, Leftist. Leftist, I feel like your resub message is one of those things where it's like the setup for a joke. Oh, I bet I can get this person to say some weird phrase. And then in the next 5 minutes, you see that it's happened. And your goal, you told Bouncy Boy that you're like, I bet I can get Adam to say this name. But I'm not going to do it. You're going to lose that bet. Regardless, thank you for the resub. All right. Yeah, we're looking good. Please, I have so much money riding on this. I can't. What are you going to give me? You don't have a sub to give anymore. You've lost your only bargaining chip. Imagine if this was truly the scenario that just played out and Lush is like, how did he know? How could he have seen right through me? What query would you ever write to write new OpenGL driver, for example? I mean, probably write a new OpenGL driver for me. Assuming the AI ever gets good enough, that might be all it takes. Okay, Lefties, I'll say it. Jennifer, you've done it. Thank you for the gifted sub. Make spell books glow and emit particles. This indicates that they've been cast. Yeah, we still probably want a progress bar for them at some point. If it works, then I'll write make us a rocket to fly to a new planet. Well, writing software is something that can be done on essentially just electricity and some computing resources that presumably the AI already has access to. If it could make a rocket, then you'd probably need to provide all the materials, right? And it would need some articulable arm. I definitely posted a 28-month message 3 times now. Well, thank you, and thank you. But even 3D printing it, I mean, it would, for one, it's not just like any other little widget you 3D print. For a rocket to go into space, it probably can't just be like plastic resin. And 2, you'd need a whole bunch of it and fuel. But yeah, in those cases, then yeah, of course, you probably would be able to do that, right? I'll print one, a full rocket. All right, right-clicking the crystal should give you mana. Let's go do that. Where is mana crystal? Here it is. And how do we control this thing? Oh, clicking it doesn't do anything right now. So we need to give it a clickable area that is only used in debug mode. Yeah. Rocket engine probably can't be made of plastic. Yeah. That's the least of our worries. Okay, so we need an area 2D, a collision shape. Let's go make this and this. Okay, turn that off by default. Call this clickable area, give it the clickable area. Did I just drag something somewhere? No, okay. I thought I accidentally moved fireball somewhere else. It's sort of like casting a fireball when you think about it. Maybe I am the mage now. And then let's go fetch this clickable area, private, clickable area, null. Actually, we don't even need to do this because we don't need to store it because it's only going to be used for debug stuff. If os.has feature debug, then get the clickable area, get node, and set up its, I guess right click and left click can do this. Excuse me. I'm just going to print hello world. Just make sure this is working. That's a nice boulder. You know, every once in a while I think of you saying boy hoogas. No one understands my plight, Leftist. Nobody. Did it print? It did print. Cool. 8,000. Okay, so now instead of this, we need to fill up the mana. How do we do that? There it is, mana. Mana equals game constants on max and update. I guess the update will happen automatically, but we might as well do this. Update crystal based on fill percent. Cool, that's it. Yeah, so now on debug builds, you can get infinite mana. Or unlimited, I guess. It's not technically infinite. So if we cast some spells and then we right click this thing, goes back to full. Oh, there's already a clickable area there. Let's speed this up. Slam those books shut. Yeah, nice. Working. Cool. Good suggestion, Kevin. Okay, make right-clicking. Allow right-clicking mana crystal. This gives you maximum mana on debug builds. Good. Sorry in the line they repeat them. I only ever say it, if I've even said it, it's only been a couple times, and it's only been to my wife. And then I'm like, Left just came up with that, and she probably just ignored me already at that point. And how to 3D print molecules or even composite materials from atoms. Remember that in order to do any of this, you need a machine that can do this, and then AI would need to be able to control it. So getting the machine is the first step. It's sort of like how we have the 6-axis arms that exist, but it's not like they can just do anything in the world right now. They're limited to whatever precision and weight they can pick up and everything else. All right, these are polished things for the enchanter. Enchanter polish, and they're worth having, but for now, we're just gonna leave them like this. Maybe we even file these tasks. File tasks. But the perks, let's talk about these because there's a lot of interesting space here. So here's what I've written down so far. Add another spell crystal doesn't make any sense anymore. So how do people feel about unlocking new spells? Like you start with just one, maybe it's like plus customer speed, and then you unlock any of the following ones, plus worker speed, something about item acquisition, maybe plus drop rate. Maybe some time speed up, some time haste spell. These just cost money to unlock. Interesting J and G pronunciations. Stop hanging out with me. We're gonna keep causing problems. I only ever saw you do that once on stream. So how do I feel about this? I think I like this idea. Anything that makes you interact with the enchanter is probably a helpful reminder that the enchanter exists and that you should use them. Slime related spell. Did I write that down? Yeah, kind of. Could be a spell that auto sells everything in a particular shop. I wonder if any of these break the game. Not in terms of crashing the game, but just in terms of like, is the game still fun if you have that kind of spell? Like, let's say that your shop is at full and we do something like this and we increase the game speed. And now it's got almost all the items it could ever have. Oh, I did not realize that happened with dropping off items. Oh, we probably do need a scheduler. Darn it. Oh man, I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, I gotta write this down. Bug if there are 10 open slots in a shop and you have 10 workers dragging items, they may target the same destinations and then not find a new destination for a little bit of time. Should probably reduce the time it takes them to find a new one. And then make them, yeah, that's it. I like reading books from time to time. I think it all depends on what I'm reading. I got into a lot of like self-help books for a while and I got kind of burned out on those. And then I started listening to some fantasy books and um one of them, what was the book even called? Hang on a second, let me look this up. I don't remember. Anyway, one of them was like a little too young adult for me. I so if I'm gonna be invested in a book, I think I want to know that it's good and I want to know that I have the time to invest in that book. And that second one is sometimes a little bit tough. How to start reading self-help books. I'm already too burned out. Okay, what do you do though if there's a spell that you don't have that you want? Maybe you can pick which ones you unlock. I think we need to get to a point where any spell is being autocast. And even then, I'm not sure this is interesting. I'm just not like spells are manually cast buffs with durations. Town perks are permanent buffs. So spells probably have to do something that town perks can't do. The original idea of spells, and it's why we have these three. There's customer speed, worker speed, and item acquisition rate. So you could control the different levers of throughput on your town. If you have too many items in your shops, then buff customer speed. If you have too many items in your warehouse, buff worker speed. And if you don't have any items, then buff the item acquisition rate. So you had these levers you could control. And that's kind of interesting. I wonder if we should do it in a different way. Originally, it was to adjust throughput of various parts of your town. Faster customers, faster workers, and more items. Yeah, what if we had the spells cut through the mechanisms for that? Instead of faster customers, we auto sold everything in a shop. Instead of faster workers, we teleported items to the shops, to their destinations. And instead of more, well, this was not really more items. It's like chance to drop double items from battle. Instead of a higher item chance, you just got items directly. Michael J. Sullivan. My wife is really into Brandon Sanderson books, and I think if I'm going to get in any long series, I'd probably get into, was it Way of Kings? Stormlight Archives. Okay, I think Stormlight Archives is the name of the series, and the book is just Way of Kings. Anyway, I'd probably try this. I have kind of an issue with any sort of drama, and fantasy sometimes fits into drama, which is that I like it to a certain point and then like lose all interest completely. And even with Game of Thrones, I think I read 3 of the books. There were 2 problems with Game of Thrones for me. One, if you spend too long in between reading it, you forget who all the characters are. And Game of Thrones is a book of a lot of subtlety. And you know that something is being brought up that has significance, but you don't remember the significance, and there's no way to find that out. Like, as just a brief example that I'm contriving here, like, character A looked at character B meaningfully. And you're like, what is that meaningful look? Like, are they in love? Do they hate each other? Are they trying to kill each other? And if you don't remember from 3 chapters ago when they last talked about those characters, then too bad. And the second thing is, they're just pretty long. So it's like it is quite a commitment. And I suspect it'd be that way for me with a lot of the fantasy novels that are out there. All right. I think we have the same design problems we had originally. How do we automate these things? Like if items are just being sold automatically or teleported around, then it wouldn't be fun for them to be autocast. You may have a toggle that lets you turn on their autocasting. I put that book down every time I got to a chapter of the character I didn't care about. I guess, yeah, I guess that's another thing that happens with books with lots of characters. They typically have to focus on just a few at a time, and maybe you're not interested, or maybe you're really liking the plot that was already happening. But that's just a general storytelling problem, I feel. Like even TV shows or movies have that problem too. But TV shows and movies typically don't have the problem of, hey, your viewers forgot what's going on, because almost always they have some sort of anchoring statement for it. Because they know that people are going to drop in randomly or have like a 2 week gap between watching episodes. I'm torn on this. We've coded practically the whole system. I like the system. I just don't know what effects it should have. And can we ever autocast these things? Maybe we need to make spells that start affecting other systems like fishing or farming. Make your crops grow faster. Cast a rain spell on the farm. I guess the issue I have is that I wanted the spells to have some kind of decision making built in. And they'd be perks, but you'd have to choose. And it's basically like, how do I spend my mana in the best way? And I just don't think that's compatible with auto casting spells. Although maybe it is. Maybe it's just saying, like, whenever I have the mana, cast this one spell. Maybe spell automation is just casting a single spell whenever you have enough mana. Could spells target individual characters, so turn one worker into a super fast one rather than speed up everything? You could, yeah. And I guess you'd want to target the worker to make sure they're actually doing something. I think it's probably easier to just make it affect all of your workers. That way it's benefited by you getting more workers. Oh, I'm just still so torn on this. Let me start some random battles here just to have something happening so we can kind of envision what's going to happen in the game for this. So you got a bunch of characters going and battling. You've got your shop selling stuff. Got customers. One of the ideas I had is what if you literally just got access to the speed control that we have and you could set the game into like 5x speed and you watch everything go faster in your town. But then instead of this being an... Hang on one second. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. You trying to figure out what impact spells should have still? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still torn. Like, what if we just change this completely into, instead of the enchanter, it's just the chronomancer? And it just had a mana thing and you could just cast a certain speed buff spell on the whole game. I don't like that for a bunch of reasons. I think I want there to be some decision making in here, and I just don't know what it would be. And it could be something like maybe the item acquisition stuff is you find, maybe you're controlling what you're finding. Maybe the item acquisition stuff could be something like plus X% chance to find potions for 30 seconds, or plus X% chance to find quest items for 30 seconds. So you're basically saying like, I need this item, let's cast a spell for it. I just don't think this stuff is interesting. I think we need to consider that automation is eventually going to be the goal here. Mechanism for using these spells. Maybe maybe there's one spell that you're building up. So by default, your spell gives like plus 5% customer movement speed. So it's not even worth casting. But then you upgrade it and it gives plus 5% worker movement speed too. And then you upgrade it again and it gives like plus 5% chance to find rare items. And then you get for like plus 3 seconds of duration on it. Is that interesting? Because at that point, again, you're not really, this is really just a way of doling out tiny perks and then you have a duration on it, I suppose. Like get 2 potions, but you don't find swords. So depending on your goal, you'd have to change spells around. Yeah, I've been careful about any sort of obvious downsides to something. Like I don't mind there being trade-offs, but the trade-off here is basically mana versus which spell to cast, and the mana will just regenerate, as opposed to like let's not give you a certain kind of item. So the trade-off having a downside, I think I don't necessarily like. But then I also wonder, even if we expose that and just said like, oh, ×3 potions that you find, so basically something like this, is that interesting? Do you know when to cast this? But those you never notice, right? Well, you'd be casting this spell. I think the problem is you're not really making an interesting choice here. And I think that's at the bottom of this. And I guess that's the problem. I don't know how to make the choice interesting and also have this get automated eventually. Because the whole point of automation is that you're not really making the choices anymore. So I guess it's, we need you to interact with it. We probably need you to interact with it manually for long enough that the choices were interesting. And when they feel like a chore, that's when you automate these things. Yeah, so like the path for the garbage slime at first is you're feeding it items, then eventually you upgrade this, and now once every 15 seconds it's going to eat an item, but you're probably still feeding it items. And you eventually get to the point where it's going to eat everything. So I upgrade this completely, and now no items will ever disappear anymore. And it's like, okay, yeah, 5 hours into the game, when you're done manually dragging items to the garbage slime, it's like, this can be a great system. So maybe it's the same thing with spells where you were casting them manually and then you're not doing that anymore. I don't know. What a great system. Fun watching this slime. At some point you get enough mana that you're just auto casting all of them the whole time. I don't know about that. We could always make it so that it's like you're casting a spell every 20 seconds or something, or yeah, we could figure out how that works. More things I can automate after a few hours of manual work, the better. Well, and this is one of the things I was wondering about with farming. The way that farming works, for those who don't know, you drag potions onto here and it plants seeds, and then the seeds just grow on their own. And once it's done growing, you can harvest the crop and you use the food to upgrade your health. Okay, great. So plant seeds, get food, upgrade health. There's no real choice with the farm. It's basically, do I turn this switch on or off? And you can just leave this on the entire game. What I think is going to make the farm interesting is feeling like you've upgraded it and how you upgrade it. Because these are choices you're making and there's an obvious literal cost to it. So for example, if you clear out some rocks, it's like, oh, well, now we can plant more seeds. And now we have a whole other row and column of seeds. And then we're like, let's change the crop variety. And now let's harvest these things. Now when they plant the next seeds, we'll get some different plants. So now we have a pepper and we have, well, just the pepper was new. Yeah. Or you can make the crops grow faster by filling up the well. So those kinds of choices I think are interesting enough, but otherwise the farm doesn't have a lot of decision making. And I wonder if it's going to be the same thing with the enchanter. Like the spells are whatever, who cares? But then the perks, we end up with like 6 perks on the enchanter's board, and maybe how you choose to upgrade them is what's interesting. And then maybe auto casting isn't so bad. Like what if the spells, okay, so yeah, let's write that down. Thought. What if just the perks are interesting for making decisions? So what if there was like spell 1 could be something like improve a random item in your warehouse. So like a blue potion worth 3G might turn into a yellow potion worth 10G. This is pretty interesting to just randomly cast, unless it was a quest item, and now it's not a quest item anymore. Well, maybe you control when these things can be cast, or which ones get auto cast. Like, yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? And then you just control how much this thing can get upgraded by, or what level of upgrade it could do. I don't know what other spells there would be though. Automatically selling stuff. What if they're all item manipulation things? Like create items, upgrade items, duplicate items. Actually, duplicating items is kind of cool. Yeah, Arm Cubic just said the same thing. Yeah, this is very interesting, actually. In fact, I really like that idea. Because then if you're finding quest items and you want more of them, you could duplicate them. There was an idea of making a mimic at some point that could maybe do something like this. Could you trigger that somehow? We might be able to, but that might be such a niche case that people might never use the spell. Like duplicating an item at any point in the game is always going to be valuable because at the worst case scenario, you're just getting extra money. So I definitely like this idea. I think this is cool. The improve an item in your warehouse is also kind of interesting, except that it transforms an item, so it might have taken something you want. This transforms an item, so it may have taken something that you needed, e.g. for a quest. And originally this was supposed to help you speed up customers and stuff. I still kind of like the idea of speeding them up. Yeah. Yeah, so I like the duplicate an item spell. Duplicating a random item. Speeding up customers. We already have the code for speeding up customers and workers. We might as well just keep them. Casting one spell casts another random spell for free. You wouldn't pick which item you duplicate, though. That's the problem with that. Oh, also, you could probably target a rare item and duplicate that. Duplicate a random non-rare item. Upgrade the duplicate item instead of the original as a perk progression. These customers show up in one. If I'm understanding you correctly, what you might be saying is something like duplicate X times, where X is equal to the level. So basically it duplicate once, twice, 3 times. So you're just getting more items. And yeah, I think that could work. And automating that sort of thing makes sense. I think same thing with speeding up workers and customers. I think we need to be a little careful that they don't go into like turbo mode. So right now, if you fully upgrade customer speed, let's also make more customers. So that's the most customers you can have. You'll see them walking over here. They're already moving pretty quickly. And then we cast the blue spell and they move even faster. So now they're darting around town buying stuff. I think that's neat. Yeah, and this spell's going to run out in 14 seconds. And then they'll all move a little bit slower. Four seconds. Yeah, watch these characters. Should move slower. Yep, there they go. They move slower. You said upgrading an item from blue to yellow could be bad because they might want a blue for a quest. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, interesting. This could upgrade the duplicated item. I mean, at that point, it would probably just seem like you're creating an item, in which case maybe we should just create an item. Well, I kind of want the Mimic to do that. So these would be duplicating items you have instead of creating new items. Boots and helmets, etc. fly off of them. I'm not sure about that one. All right, so the question is, what if we only had those 3 spells? Do we have any others that we have here? Could add a spell that increases item cost for some amount of time. That's kind of interesting. A spell that auto sells everything in a particular shop. I feel like we would do this by raising customer speed, though. Could have a spell that makes the slime eat X items from your warehouse. You know, it'd be kind of interesting, although this would not be probably super obvious to players. We already have this slime auto-eating items that are going to disappear. So without me touching anything, the slime is just going to absorb those items. What if there were a spell, and this would sound like it's stupid, but it basically said, drop all of your warehouse items on the ground. So now in 20 seconds, they'll disappear, and then your slime would just naturally eat them. It wouldn't probably be obvious why that's happening, though. Any value in temporarily summoning bonus workers. So that's originally what the spell did. And then what I realized is that if they're temporary, then you need to base their lifetime on how many trips they've made. So for example, a worker walks over here and picks up a potion, and then 7 seconds later, it expires and it just drops the potion like right there. So instead, you need to make sure that they make it to their destination, and they might end up like one of these workers, where they're at their destination, but they can't actually do anything with the item yet until there's space here. So instead, we just made it so that workers move faster for some amount of time, and that worked pretty well. Do we not have all the customers in town? What is going on? Is something broken here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, I might have just not counted the 10th, but at least there are 9. It seemed like there were 2. Yeah. Now with customers, we could potentially do that. Like you get +5 customers for some amount of time, and they come in and just buy whatever they would have bought. But I kind of like the idea of just speeding up customers. Yeah. And let's turn off this battle. We have too many potions. Let them actually buy some of those potions. Oh, you know what might be an interesting spell? Like make a customer go purchase an item. Like don't wander around, just find an item, go buy it. Where are the restrooms? Sorry, stock prices fell too far. Couldn't afford them anymore. I guess I should write that over here. Could make a spell that forces customers to go buy an item and not idle and not wander around. I think I settled on just these 3. So we'd basically just be changing the item spell. And then I guess you upgrade them. Is there anything else that's interesting about this stuff? Spells get more powerful. Spells last longer. These can be combined into the same thing. Higher max mana, higher mana regeneration. Spells get auto cast. What would auto casting look like? you would, I guess option A is each spell can be upgraded to auto cast itself. And option B is you get a global auto cast ability. Let's write it like this, 1 and 2. And option 2A would be you choose which spells to toggle on and off for autocast. And option 2B is all spells are considered at any point. I think I'd lean toward this. I probably want this so that players aren't penalized for unlocking spells that they don't want autocast. Take care, Cubic. See you later. Hey, Gamble Soup. Fire sale for that spell you mentioned gives a player the option to clear the shelves. Well, the clear the shelves thing is kind of the same as speeding up customers. And I don't think you'd probably want both of those. All right, at some point we need to boil this down into what we're actually going to have as perks here. Excuse me. Could add a duplicate item spell. A random non-rare item that you have. Which one of these sounds best? Each spell can be upgraded to autocast itself, or you just get a global autocast ability. I guess it's a question of when would this stuff get used? Is it taking mana? I guess it would. If it's taking mana, then is it just whenever you have the mana? Maybe upgrade the autocast. Yeah, in which case we would need some sort of toggle switch for each of these things. Because yeah, if it's taking mana, I don't, unless it casts it for free. If it auto casts a spell for free, it's not taking things from anything else. If it auto casts without spending the mana, then there wouldn't be a downside for this. Duplicate a specific item by dragging it to the spellbook. I think I want to. Eventually, what I think I want is for there to be some dedicated UI at the upper left, which just has like 4 spell icons you can cast. And I don't think I'd want you to have to drag an item up to one of them. So I think it would just like randomly pick an item and then just split it. All right, well, how about we start with what we have and we see how it goes. So in the end, here's what I think I want to code. Yeah. So tasks. I guess let's put this at the top and put perk ideas at the bottom. And get rid of it. This depends on 802 because it doesn't really anymore. After doing this stuff, yep, this is fine. All right, so add perk for faster mana regeneration. That should definitely exist. Should you get more maximum mana? Does that even really make sense? I don't think so. And I think we can simplify the numbers, simplify mana numbers. Maybe spells all cost. How much do they cost now? Like 120? Yeah, it's a little weird. Maybe spells all cost 40 and you have 100 max mana and can only affect the regeneration rate. All right, so should you have to unlock spells? What if the enchanter was... No, the enchanter should start with at least one. But which one would we start you with? And if you upgrade a spell, would you ever buy the other ones? I guess it depends on how they get autocast. Yeah, I like the idea of autocast being just the final perk. Maybe it does this for free every so often. But then mana doesn't really matter. Yeah, no, I can't do it for free. And if your mana regeneration rate is such that you can always sustain casting all the spells, I gotta think about this. Change loot magnet perk so that it duplicates an item. Allow upgrading each spell. Customer spell speed increases. Worker spell speed increases. I don't know if people are going to use the worker spell. And duplicate spell number of copies increases. Or maybe it's like a chance for more copies. And maybe if you have no items, it just gives you one of the previous items that you found, or one of the recent items you found. Don't have an item to duplicate. Maybe it could create one of the recent items that you found. Not sure how I want that to work. Manaflation. That's the problem right now. But I always blame it on the next generation of wizards, not the previous one. Not enough mana to go around. I don't know if these are interesting enough. A lot of people right now, they read this spell and then they're just like, I'm never casting the other ones. Not everybody does that though. And either way, we're going to change this one so that it says duplicate an item. At which point, clicking this button is pretty much giving you like an extra 3 to 10 gold, depending on where you are. Which is still interesting. I guess this is still going to be more interesting than the others, given that you will eventually upgrade the slime to automatically eat everything on the ground. At which point, it doesn't really matter about your town's throughput. So maybe that's the spell you should unlock at the end of the game then, is duplicating items. And then at some point you stop caring about customers and workers. They should still matter, especially workers. Maybe there is no customer speed spell then. Wait. I take that back. The duplicating items thing, it's not just the slime you'll ever care about because you're not getting a good value out of the slime. Okay, how about we just start with this? We just see where this goes. Yeah, I can't keep trying to make this perfect without actually playing it. All right, what else do we have here? Autocast, I still haven't figured out. That's fine. Spells lasting longer. I don't think we need to do that. Although maybe we could have one for that. Spell duration. Oh no, not all spells have a duration though. Like the duplicate spell doesn't make sense to have a duration. It's just a one-time cast kind of thing. We could have the durations be part of how the spell gets buffed. And possibly the duration goes up. Naturally, work is super chaotic. Where are you going? And I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully the travel is fun. I don't know if it's for fun or for work or what. Yeah, so all I need to figure out is how is AutoCast going to work. And then we can code this. Although I'm going to be taking lunch before that. Well, yeah, how should AutoCast work? Where did I write this down? Ah, here it is, yeah. Each spell can be upgraded to autocast itself. So this involves you making a choice. We could actually make option 1A, I guess, is there is no switch to toggle this behavior. And 1B is there is a switch. So if you ever want to turn off auto casting, you could. But if you had to upgrade the spell to get to that point, I don't think it's that interesting. I think I'd prefer option 2 in that case. You get the ability to auto cast and this. I think this is my favorite of all the options that we've talked about so far. So basically you unlock auto casting and it puts a little switch next to all of them and you choose which one should be cast when you have the mana. And I guess it treats them like a radio button. Maybe you can only have one on auto cast. Yeah, probably. Visiting family in England. We'll have most of the days off, but I've accidentally become important in the past 2 weeks. Oh man. Well, tomorrow. I mean, if you're leaving tomorrow, that's not too much longer if work's gonna only be chaotic for that time. Also, it's a good thing I think to be important at your job. I know it leads to more just work sometimes or more feeling hectic or frantic, but you have job security and probably consideration for promotions and stuff. You probably won't get laid off while you're there. What a ringing endorsement. Yeah, I think we go with this. So then we would change these so that, well, they're going to be on a podium anyway, or a lectern, I guess. And then I guess we put a little button next to them, and you can only have one of them on at a time. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Make a perk for auto casting spells. Once unlocked, put a radio button next to each lectern that lets you toggle auto casting. Oh, another thing that we probably need to do is when hovering over the books, we probably want to show which spells are active and for how long. Since the book itself doesn't show the duration when hovering over it. All right, once unlocked, put a radio button next to each lectern that lets you toggle auto casting. All can be off if you want. If one is on, then cast that spell whenever you have the mana and the conditions are met for the spell. I like this idea. We'll eventually need to balance this to figure out how much mana do you get? Like if you turn on auto casting, is it like 100% uptime on one spell? And are you gaining excess mana for that? So yeah, I don't know. And then the final thing we need to figure out is, yeah, how do you unlock the spells? I thought the final thing was auto casting, but it's not. How do you unlock the spells? So option 1, you start with all 3. Option 2, you start with none and have to unlock them. Well, I guess option 2 is you have to unlock spells. 2A is you start with none. 2B is you start with 1. So what does it mean to unlock spells? I think giving them all to you at first and letting you figure out which ones you want to upgrade sounds like the best choice to me. So I think I want to go with option 1 for now. Yeah, I think I'll just write that down. Other notes, I think I want you to start with all 3 spells so that you can experiment and figure out which ones you want to invest in after that. You may otherwise never try out different spells. Yeah, okay. Oh, and then the final thing, if we haven't done it already, is to change, like, make sure the enchanter's text is still up to date. All right, we have all of the tasks. And we have no outstanding code. Yeah. Should probably make a new branch for this stuff. What did I even just do? Get log -3. Make them glow. Add missing UID stuff. Yeah, okay, we're in sync. Okay, so we got to make a new branch for this. Make a new branch. Merge the branch. Run .NET format. And switch back to main. Option improve the effect or casting duration of them later. Yeah, it does. If you had to unlock, so what I was picturing is, imagine if you had, like, your perks look like this. You had like spell A and spell B. Level 0 would just be it's locked. And then level 1 would be it gets unlocked. And then all other levels, level 2+ would be like more power or duration. So that's how we could lump this in without it being super weird, I guess. But I think we just get rid of, like, level 0 becomes that they're all unlocked, and then we just start giving you more power and duration for them. So yeah, it's just a question of, do you start with them? And yeah, I think it makes sense to start you with them, and I think it makes sense to give you enough mana to be able to cast a couple of these, and then just improve the mana regeneration rate. We'll see. We're changing quite a lot about the game. So we're gonna get feedback on a lot of different things, and people are gonna say different stuff. Oh man, that's super cool. I still really like that. It's fun to just have a farm here, even if it does nothing so far. I mean, look at those glowy crops. Yeah. It comes in many flavors. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool seeing the feedback evolve as the game gets developed. Because at first it was a lot of technical issues that had really nothing to do with if the game's fun. It was just, could you even play the game? And can you read the text and everything in it? And then we started getting to things where they're like, okay, this system is good, but you can improve it this way. Or, well, now we've done enough quality of life changes. We've done enough different things where I think people are going to have a lot of just fun-based suggestions. And there will still be some quality of life things too. Haven't been around to see the farm. Looks great, especially the well. Yeah, so I don't know if you saw the upgrades. Let me slow this down. There are 3 upgrades. One is well water, which makes the crops grow faster. So we currently have this filled up. 2 is clearing out the rocks. The more rocks you clear, you start getting more rows and columns to plant crops. And then the other one is crop variety. So you plant different crops and they give you different food values. Unfortunately, despite that the whole farm as a feature is working, there's nothing you can do with the food yet. So it just keeps track of it in your save file, and that's it. It's just a number that goes up. But yeah, eventually it's going to be something that you can upgrade your max health. All right, anyway, this concludes the morning stream. I've streamed for longer than I wanted to, for the morning at least. I'm going to go take a lunch break. I'll be gone for about an hour. And then when I come back, we'll do another probably only 2 hours of coding. But we should be doing coding and not game design. So for those who wanted to watch coding, I'm sorry that that didn't just happen after the slime stuff. But we've already made some pretty good progress. Yeah, thank you all for being here. If you haven't wishlisted Skeleseller already, it is 1 click away. You just click this button. It doesn't cost any money. You're not committing to anything. It's just putting it on your radar for later. And it helps out a lot. We are up to, I forgot how many I said, like 1,400 and something. I don't know if I updated that. So yeah, thanks for watching. I will see you all in about an hour. Take care.